And a score there for Courtney and Acres of Romance, 21 points, 21 points only. So we turn our attention now to 136. Jonathan McDonald in the camp with Sweet Spin. He'll be looking to complete the course here this morning for our first full-round score. Let's see what he can do. Please stand on 137, Lachlan Byrne with Jewel Rooster. Looking pretty good around the second. Way back around to the gate. Well done. There's our first full-round score here this morning in the Open Campdraft. Score there for Jonathan McDonald and Sweet Spin, 23 points for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 90 points. 90 points here this morning. In the camp now, 137, Lachlan Byrne with Jewel Rooster. He'll be followed by 138, Emily. 139, Chilena. 140, Brittany Cole with Soda Ringo. 141, Cody Law and Escort. 142, William Ellum with Token Playtime. And a score of 20 points there for Lachlan Byrne and Jewel Rooster. Outside now with 138, Emily Kerr and Aspen. And a score of 17 points there for Emily and Aspen. To the camp now, we have 139, Mitchell Hoy with Raunchy Lena. He'll be followed by 140, Brittany Cole with Soda Ringo. Please stand by. Bit of hard luck for Mitch, and Raunchy Lena goes out with a camp score of 22 points. Bit of hard luck there this morning for Brittany Cole and Soda Ringo. When the camp is clear, we'll move on to competitor 141, Cody Law with escort. 142, William Ellum with token playtime. 143, Andrew Burns with Tappin. 144, Jack Gallagher with Gold Ray. 145, Toby Bruce and Miss Beijing. 146 will be Lockie Argue with Hunter View, Oaks Willow. Camp score of 22 points there for Cody and escort, 22 only. The camp now 142, William Ellum with token playtime. He'll be followed by 143, please stand by, Andrew Burns with Tappin. A bit of hard luck there for William this morning. Goes out with a camp score of 17. A camp score there at 22 points for Andrew Burns and Tappan. In the camp now we have 144, Jack Gallagher with Gold Ray. He'll be followed by 145, Toby Bruce and Miss Beijing, and 146, Lockie Argue with Oaks Willow. The camp score at 22 points there for Jack Gallagher and Gold Ray. We're out on course now with competitor 145, Toby Bruce and Miss Beijing. Unfortunately, Toby goes out with a camp score of 21 points. 21 points there this morning for Toby Bruce and Miss Beijing. In the camp now with 146, Lockie Argue and Injustice. 147 is a spare. 148, Gary Brown with Destiny. 149, Ben Thompson with Contest. 150, Brenton Allport and Maestro. 151, Darcy Argue and Sienna. 152, Chris Williamson and Alfie. 153, Hugh Miles and Summer Rain. 154, Ben Madam and Madam's Opal. And 155 will be Bernie McMore with Brown Highwayman. So a score there for our last competitor, Lockie Argue and Injustice. 21 for camp, 58 for horsework, 3 for the course. Gives him a total of 82 points here this morning in the first round of the Open Camp Draft. In the camp now, we're with Gary Brown and Peninsula's Destiny. He'll be followed by 149, Ben Thompson and Contest. And a camp score of 17 points there for Gary Brown and Peninsula's Destiny this morning. In the camp now we have 149, Ben Thompson with Contest. Be followed by 150, Brenton Allport and Maestro. 151, Darcy Argue and Sienna. 152, Chris Williamson and Oxford Alfie. 153, Hugh Miles with Summer Rain. 154, Ben Madam and Madam's Opal. And 155 will be Bernie McMore with Brown Highwayman. Making their way around the beef transfers peg here this morning, we have competitor number 149, Ben Thompson, with Contest. Getting the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg covered, no worries, and heading back around to make their way towards the gate. Looks pretty good from up here. Well done. We'll have a 4-round score there for Ben Thompson and Contest very shortly. Score there for Ben and Contest was 22 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 88. 88 points here this morning for Ben Thompson and Contest. In the camp now we have 150 Brenton Allport with Maestro, 151 Darcy Argue and Sienna, please stand on. And a camp score of 16 points there this morning for Brenton Allport and Maestro. In the camp now we have competitor 151, Darcy Argue with Sienna. We also require 152, Chris Williamson with Oxford Alfie. You will be next. 153, Hugh Miles with Summer Rain. 154, Ben Maidham and Maidham's Opal. 155, Bernie McMorr with Brown Highwayman. 156, Darren Beaumont and I'm a Done Double. 157 is Alison Sadler with Boo. 158, Rob Newsom and Cartel. 159, Kylie Barnett Tap with G'day Kitty, and 160 will be Philip McCormack and Highlight. Once again, a big thank you to Rodney and Jane Neal and their family from Tenterden Station for their very kind donation of the cattle to run this first round of the Open Camp Draft here this morning. And we're outside now with Darcy Argue and Sienna. Looking to make their way around to the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg here this morning in the first round of the Open Camp Draft. And well done, another 4-round score to come to hand shortly for Darcy Argue and Sienna. So score there for Darcy and Sienna. 20 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 84 first-round points here this morning. On the camp now, we've got competitor 152, Chris Williamson with Oxford Alfie. He'll be followed by 153, Hugh Miles and Summer Rain. Bit of hard luck there for Chris. Goes out with a camp score of 21 points. 21 points there for Chris Williamson and Oxford Alfie. To the camp now, we turn our attention to 53 Hugh Miles and Summer Rain. Will be followed by 154 Ben Maidem with Maidem's Opal. Please stand by. And Hugh goes out with a score of 22 points there for Hugh Miles and Summer Rain. On camp now, we have competitor 154, Ben Maidem with Maidem's Opal. He'll be followed by 155, Bernie McMorr and Brown Highwayman. 156 will be Darren Beaumont and I'm Done Double. 157, Alison Sadler and Boo. 158, Rob Newsom and Cartel. 159, Kylie Barnett Tap with G'day Kitty. 160 will be Philip McCormack with Highlight. Scored a hand there for Ben Maidem and Maidem's Opal. 17 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 4 for the course. Gives him a total of 80 points here this morning in the first round of the Open Camp Draft. On the camp now we have 155, Bernie McMorr with Brown Highwayman. Bit of hard luck there for Bernie. Goes out with a no score. Outside now, we're watching competitor 156, Darren Beaumont, and I'm Done Double. Looking to make his way around the second peg here this morning in the first round of our open camp draft. The score there for Darren Beaumont and I'm Done Double. 16 points for cutout, 58 for horsework. 4 for the course gives him a total of 78 points. In the camp now we have 157, Alison Sadler with Blue. She'll be followed by 158, Rob Newsom and Cartel. 159, Kylie Barnett Tap with G'day Kitty. 160, Philip McCormack and Highlight. 161, Al Sullivan with Cactus. 162, Mark Tonkin and Jupiter. 163, Ryan Smythe and YouTube. And 164 will be Brad Williamson with Ebony. And a camp score of 21 points there for Alison Sadler and Boo. In the camp now we have 158, Rob Newsom with Cartel. He'll be followed by 159, Kylie Barnett Tap with Ugle Bar G'day Kitty. Kylie Barnett Tap, you'll be the next we require. Kylie Barnett Tap with G'day Kitty. Kylie Barnett Tap, last call for you, please. We do require you as our next competitor at the camp, please. And we're out on course now with competitor 158, Rob Newsom and Cartel, making their way around the first peg and looking to complete the second here this morning. And well done, Rob. We'll have a score to hand there for you. So 159 is not with us this morning. We'll turn our attention on to competitor 160, Philip McCormack with Highlight. He'll be followed by 161, Al Sullivan with Cactus. 162, Mark Tonkin and Jupiter. 163 will be Ryan Smythe with Henry. 164, Brad Williamson and Ebony. 165, John Matheson and Design Me an Acre. 166, Wally Ray with Parker. 167, John Hardy and Ransom. And 168 will be Matthew Webber with Voice. Al Sullivan with Cactus. Al Sullivan with Cactus, competitor 161. We do require you around the side of the camp, please. In the camp now, we have 160, Philip McCormack with Highlight. 161 will be next, Al Sullivan with Cactus. 162, Mark Tonkin and Jupiter. Score there for Phil McCormack and Highlight. 22 points for Cutout, 59 for Horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 84. 84 points there this morning for Philip McCormack and Highlight. Looks like 161, Al Sullivan is not with us, so we will move down the page to 162, Mark Tonkin with Jupiter. That's time. Score there for Mark Tonkin and Jupiter was 21 points for cutout, 57 for horsework, 3 for the course gives him a total of 81 points. In the camp now, we have competitor 163, Ryan Smythe with Henry. He'll be followed by 164, Brad Williamson and Ebony. 165, John Matheson and Design Me an Acre. 166, Wally Ray with Parker. 167, John Hardy and Ransom. 168, Matthew Webber and Voice. 169, Brent Smythe and Scandal. And 170 will be Sam Greenup with Hidden Model. Score there for Ryan Smythe and Henry was 22 points for cutout, 55 for horsework. 4 for the course gives him a total of 81 points. Outside now, we're watching competitor 164, Brad Williamson and Ebony. Just a bit of hard luck there going around the top of that gate, but we'll have a score for you shortly. Score there for Brad and Ebony was 22 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 3 for the course gives him a total of 84 points. In the camp now, we have 165, John Matheson with Design Me an Acre. He'll be followed by 166, Wally Ray with Parker. 167, John Hardy and Ransom. 168, Matthew Webber and Voice. 169, Brent Smythe and Scandal. And 170 will be Sam Greenup with Hidden Model. And a camp score of 22 points there for John and Design Me an Acre. When the camp is clear, we'll have 166 Wally Ray with Parker. He'll be followed by 167 John Hardy with Ransom. Outside now with Wally Ray and Parker. And Wally goes out with a camp score of 21 points. 21 points there for Wally and Parker. In the camp now we have 167 John Hardy with Ransom. He'll be followed by 168 Matthew Webber and Voice. 169 Brent Smythe with Scandal. 170 Sam Green up with Hidden Model. 171 Carl Green and Bushy. 172 Cody Law with Top Gun. 173 Stephen Kadzow with Playin' Cat and Mouse. And 174 will be Phoebe Thompson with Harry. A reminder to all vendors that classifications will start across at the exhibition centre at 8 o'clock this morning, so you've got a couple of minutes to head over there. And the ladies are all set up ready for you. Please make sure you've got all your appropriate paperwork and they'll be able to get through those as quickly as possible. So the top roller door is open as you go through the gate. You'll be able to see that. Just head on in there to the exhibition centre with all your sale horses for classifications commencing at 8 o'clock this morning. Outside now, making their way around the Beef Trans first peg this morning is John Hardy with Ransom. And well done, another full round score to come to hand there shortly. In the camp now, we should have 168, Matthew Webber and Voice. He'll be followed by 169, Brent Smythe and Scandal. Score there for John Hardy and Ransom was 22. 61 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 87. 87 points there for our last competitor, John Hardy and Ransom. And a score there for Matt Webber with Voice was 21 points for cutout. On the camp now, we've got competitor 169, Brent Smythe with Scandal. He'll be followed by 170, Sam Green up and Hidden Model. 171, Carl Green with Bushy. 172, Cody Law and Top Gun. 173, Stephen Kadzow with Playin' Cat and Mouse. 174, Phoebe Thompson and Harry. 175 will be Hugh Miles with Just Jack. And 176, Link McCarthy and Mini Skirt. And the score there for Brent Smythe with Scandal was 22 points for cutout only. A reminder to everyone with sale horses that the classifiers are ready for you over at the exhibition centre. So anyone with sale horses, please take them over with your appropriate paperwork for classification this morning. Classifiers are over there in the middle of the arena at the exhibition centre. You'll be able to access that point by the roller door just as you go through the gate. So anyone with sale horses, please head over for classifications and have all appropriate paperwork so that we can get you through as quickly as possible. Bit of hard luck there for Sam this morning. When the camp is clear, we'll move on with competitor 171, Carl Green and Bushy. He'll be followed by 172, Cody Law with Top Gun. Out on course now with competitor number 171, Carl Green and Bushy, looking to make their way around the second peg and get that completed. No worries here this morning in the first round of the Open Camp Draft. Score there for Carl and Bushy was 21 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 85. In the camp now we have 172, Cody Law with Top Gun. He'll be followed by 173, Stephen Kadzow with Playin' Cat and Mouse. Please stand by.
In camp, we watch number 172, Cody Law on Yarrawarr Top Gun. Camp score of 21 only. In camp now, we should have competitor 173, Stephen Kadzow, Playing Cat and Mouse. At the gate should stand 174, Phoebe Thompson on Harry, 175, Hugh Miles on Just Jack, and 176, Link McCarthy on Miniskirt. Stephen Cadso outside working on playing cat and mouse. Coming around that beef trans first peg nicely. £21 points only. In camp now, we watch 174, Phoebe Thompson riding Harry. At the gate should stand 175, Hugh Miles on Just Jack. 176, Link McCarthy on Mini Skirt. 177, Campbell Martin on G I'm Divine. And 178, Paul O'Turner on Hot Mist. Unfortunately there for Phoebe Thompson and Harry, no score. Competitor 175, Hugh Miles riding Just Jack. $23 for cutout. Outside competitor we watch Link McCarthy on Mini Skirt. 17 points for Lincoln only. $177 in camp, we have Campbell Martin on G I'm Divine. $178 at the gate, Paul O'Turner on Hot Mist. 179 Tim Webster on Double Hike Blackadder, 180 Jessica Rice on Tululio, and 181 Denny Farley on Bits. And just a reminder to all vendors that have sale horses for tomorrow, classifications have begun over at the exhibition centre, so if you haven't already taken your horse over to be classified, please do so. Unfortunately, no score there for Campbell Martin and GM Divine. In camp now, we should have competitor 178, Paul O'Turner on Hot Mist, 179, Tim Webster on Double Hike Blackadder, 180, Jessica Rice on Tulio, 181, Denny Farley and Bits, 182, Jack Gallagher and Gallagher's Lulu, and 183, Matthew Webber and Silky Destiny. Outside competitor, we watch Paul O'Turner on Hot Mist as he comes around that beef transverse peg. Looking towards to come around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. And that's the full score. We'll have it coming for you shortly. Score there for Paul O'Turner on Hot Mist, 21 for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course, a total of 86. Outside competitor we watch, 179, Tim Webster on Double Hike Blackadder. And that's how it's done. Score there for Tim Webster and Double Hike Blackadder, 21 points for cutout, 60 points for horsework, and 4 for the course, a total of 85. In camp now we have Jessica Rice on Tulio, 181 at the gate should be Denny Farley and Bits, 182 Jack Gallagher and Gallagher's Lulu, 183 Matthew Webber and Silky Destiny, 184 Aaron Williamson and Hetty Chick, 185 Alan Sinclair and Sterling, 186 Sam Greenup and Jack Daniels, and 187 Jackson Noon and Samuel Freddy. Outside we watch competitor 180 Jessica Rice on Tulio, 20 points only. Just like to take this opportunity to thank Rodney and Jane Nell for the donation of their steers that we're able to use here in the round 1 of the Open. Denny Farley goes to work outside riding Bits, coming around the Beef Trans first peg. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Score there for Denny Farley and Bits, 22 for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course, a total of 88. In camp now, we should have competitor 182, Jack Gallagher riding Gallagher's Lulu, 183, Matthew Webber and Silky's Destiny, 184, Aaron Williamson and Hetty Chick, 185, Aaron Sinclair and Sterling, 186, Sam Greenup and Jack Daniels, 187, Jackson Noon and Samuel Freddy, 188, Cal Gibson and Gibbs No More Ducks, and 189, Gemma Beaumont and Opal. Unfortunately there, no score for Jack Gallagher and Gallagher's Lulu. Matthew Webber in camp now goes to work riding his destiny. Unfortunately, 23 points there. In camp now, we watch competitor 184, Aaron Williams on Teddy Chick. .22 points there only for Aaron Williamson. In camp now, we should have 185, Alan Sinclair riding Sterling. At the gate, 186, Sam Greenup and Jack Daniels. 187, Jackson Noon and Samel Freddy. 188, Cal Gibson and Gibbs No More Ducks. 189, Gemma Beaumont and Opal. 190, Hugh Miles and Time's Up. And 191, Warren Lowry on Viva.
Outside we watch number 185, Alan Sinclair and Sterling. In camp we go to 186, Sam Greenup and Jack Daniels. 187, Jackson Noon. 188, Cal Gibson. 189, Gemma Beaumont. 190, Hugh Miles. Completed round there for number 185, Alan Sinclair and Sterling, a 22, 58 and a 4. 22, 58 and 4, that'll be an 84 there for number 185, Alan Sinclair and Sterling. In camp now we go to 186, Sam Greenup and Jack Daniels. 187 will be Jackson Noon and Samal Freddy. 188, Cal Gibson with Gibbs, No More Ducks. 189, Gemma Beaumont. 190, Hugh Miles. 191, Warren Lowry. 192, Ben Matum. In camp now, we watch number 186, Sam Greenup with Jack Daniels. Sam's made the big trip down from Jandowie in Queensland. In camp now, we've got a 187, Jackson Noon and Samal Freddie. $21 there for Sam and no further score outside. In camp now we go to number 187, Jackson Noon, Samal Freddie. In camp now we watch number 187, Jackson Noon. Jackson, bit of success for Jackson yesterday, leading the first round of our epic camp draft, and has got one right up the top of the leaderboard here in the first round of the Opens, in the first 180 odd of the Open too. Outside we go for 187, Jackson Noon, Samal Freddie. In camp we go to 188, Cal Gibson, Gibbs, No More Ducks. 189, Gemma Beaumont. 190 be Hugh Miles. 191, Warren Lowry. And 192, Ben Maidham. Jackson heads around our Maloney Livestock Transport second peg and heads him up for the gate. Just around the outside, we'll look to our judge, Mr. Rod McKinnon, for a score there, 22-60 and 3, a 22-60 and 3. That's an 85 there for Jackson Noon and Samal Freddie. In camp now we've got number 188, Cal Gibson with Gibbs and No More Ducks. 189, Gemma Beaumont and Opal. You be in camp next. 190 be Hugh Miles and Times Up. 191 Warren Lowry and Viva. 192 will be Ben Maidham with Bonfire Jovi. 193 Matt Durkin, our Mr. Stylish. Cal heads outside, working to build on a 23. Picked a beautiful big black free running steer from Rodney and Jane Neal at Tenterden Station. Completed round there for number 188, Cal Gibson and Gibbs No More Ducks. $23.60 and a 4, 87 there, 87, 23.60 and 4. In camp now got a number 189, Gemma Beaumont and Opal. 190 Hugh Miles and Times Up. You'll be in camp next. 191 will be Warren Lowry and Viva. 192 Ben Maidham and Bonfire Jovi. Currently watching the second portion of our first round of our epic open draft. On course, we go for number 189, Gemma Beaumont and Opal in camp. We look to 190, Hugh Miles, and time's up. 191 will be Warren Lowry and Viva. 192, Ben Maidum and Bonfire Jovi. $16.52 and a 3. That'll be a 71 there for 189, Gemma Beaumont and Opal. In camp now we've got a 190, Hugh Miles. The board time's up. 191, Warren Lowry. You'll be in camp next with Viva. 192 will be Ben Maidum. 193, Matt Durkin. 194, Tom Morgan. 195, Brent Smith. Outside we go now for number 190, Hugh Miles, and time's up. We saw time's up have a run in the Campdraft here last night. Hugh's out there working to build on a camp score of 23 as he heads for the second peg, the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Maloney Livestock Transport, one of our platinum sponsors this weekend for the Epic. $23.57 and 2. Couldn't quite say that. $23.37 and 2. No? 57 and 3. 23.57 and 3. We'll get it right. 23.57 and 3. Can we get those cattle back from over the other side of the arena too? If we could just hold up for a second, we'll get those cattle back from on the other side of the arena. If some of our outriders could give us a hand and bring those cattle back from out in the arena back over to the camp, please.
I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next 10 years overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full-time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright with the Walt Youngman method, and I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees. We go and hand pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom made saddle for our customers that it's not a one size fits all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home, but if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get one thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in them in winning that saddle.
92, Ben Matum and Bonfire Jovi. 193, Matt Durkin. 194, Tom Morgan. 195, Brent Smith. 196, Tom Pittington. And 197, Leslie Apps. Outside we go for number 191, Warren Lowry and Aviva. In camp we go to 192, Ben Matum and Bonfire Jovi. Matt Durkin, stand by. You'll be in camp next with our Mr. Stylish. Warren heads him up for the second peg. Straight through the middle of our event partner, Grey's Ag, and platinum sponsor, Tull and Tuller Beef Gate. Score coming to hand. Score there for Warren Lowry and Viva, 22.61 and a 4 for an 87. In camp now we've got a 192, Ben Matum and Bonfire Jovi. 193, Matt Durkin, our Mr. Stylish, should be in camp next. 194 will be Tom Morgan and Urana Gunsmoke. 195, Brent Smith and Shania. Outside now, we watch number 192, Ben Matum and Bonfire Jovi. No stranger to success at the epic Ben Matum and Bonfire Jovi as he kicks him out and heads him up for the gate. It'll be another completed round there for 192, Ben Matum and Bonfire Jovi. 22.62 and a 4, 22.62 and 4. That'll be an 88 there for number 192, Ben Matum and Bonfire Jovi. In camp now we go to number 193, Matt Durkin, our Mr. Stylish. 194, Tom Morgan and Urana Gunsmoke. You'll be in camp next. 195 will be Brent Smith and Shania. 196 will be Tom Pittington. 197, Leslie Apps. 198 to scratching. 199 will be Miles Waghorn. In camp now we watch number 193, Matt Durkin, our Mr. Stylish. No luck around the beef trans. First peg for Matt goes out with a 22 and no further score. In camp now got a 194, Tom Morgan, Urana Gunsmoke. 195, Brent Smith, Shania. Stand by at the gate. You'll be in camp next. Outside now we watch number 194, Tom Morgan. Urana Gunsmoke. We're going to build on a camp score of 21. In camp we got a 195, Brent Smith, Shania, 196, Tom Piddington, Durari Deluxe. Stand by, you'll be in camp next. 21 there for Tom and Urana Gunsmoke. No further score outside. In camp now we got a 195, Brent Smith and Shania, 196, Tom Piddington. You'll be in camp next, followed by 197, Leslie Apps. 198 to be a scratching, 199, Miles Waghorn, 200, Mitchell Hoy. 201, Locke Rogers, 202, Kylie Weber, 203, John Matheson, and 204, Gavin White. Outside we go for number 194, Brent Smith and Shania. We're going to build on a yard score of 22. Brent hedging around the first peg, the B-Trans peg. Big thanks to Rodney and Jane Neal from Tennyton Station for the kind donation of this great run of cattle this morning and yesterday afternoon for the first round of our Open Epic Camp Draft. $22.57 and a 3, $22.57 and 3. That'll be an 82 there for number 195 of Brent Smith and Shania. In camp now, got a 196, Tom Piddington, Durari Deluxe. In camp next will be 197, Leslie Apps and Checkers. 198 to scratching, 199 will be Miles Waghorn and Oscar, and 200 will be Mitch Hoy and More Hope. Outside we go for number 196, Tom Piddington, Durari Deluxe. In camp we got a 197, Leslie Apps and Checkers. 198 to scratching, so 199, Miles Waghorn. You'll be in camp next with Oscar. 200 will be Mitch Hoy and More Hope. 201, Locke Rogers. 202, Kylie Weber. 203, John Matheson. And 204, Gavin White. $21.58 and a 3, $21.58 and 3 for an 82. There for Tom Piddington and Durari Deluxe. In camp now we've got a 197, Leslie Apps and Checkers. 198 to scratching, 199, Miles Waghorn. You'll be in camp next with Oscar. 200 will be Mitch Hoy and More Hope. 201, Locke Rogers, Glenlee, Rivoli, Indian. 202, Kylie Weber. 203, John Matheson. 204, Gav White. 205, Aaron Holden. 206, Brett Ellum, and 207, Adam Wilson. That's like we go for 197. Leslie Abson, checkers in camp. We go to 199. Miles Waghorn and Oscar. 200 will be Mitch Hoy and More Hope. 201 Locke Rogers, Glen Lee, Riverley Indian. 202 Kylie Webber and Rory. 203 will be John Matheson and Applause. 204 Gavin White and Nevada. 205 Aaron Holden and Wyatt's Denali Dawn. $16.58 and a 3. $16.58 and 3. That'll be a 77 there for Leslie Apps and checkers. In camp now we look to 199 Miles Waghorn and Oscar. 200 Mitch Hoy. More Hope, you'll be in camp next. 201 will be Locke Rogers. 202 Kylie Webber. 203 John Matheson. 204 Gavin White and Nevada. Hard-working backyard man just cleaning the camp up for us. Keeping things flowing very well here this morning. Our judge, Mr. Rod McKinnon, gives the nod to 199 Miles Waghorn and Oscar. 200 Mitch Hoy, you're in camp next with More Hope. 201 will be Locke Rogers. 202 Kylie Webber. 203 John Matheson. Outside we go for 199 Miles Waghorn and Oscar. In camp we go to number 200 now, Mitch Hoy and More Hope. 202 Locke Rogers. You'll be in camp next, riding Glen Lee, Riverley Indian. Straight through the middle, that'll be a completed round for number 199, Miles Waghorn and Oscar. 17, 61 and a 4, 82 for Miles Waghorn and Oscar. In camp now we got a number 200, Mitchell Hoy and More Hope. 201, Locke Rogers, Glen Lee, Riverley Indian. You're in camp next. 202 will be Kylie Webber and Rory. 203, John Matheson. Applause. 204, Gavin White and Nevada. Currently watching in camp, local competitor Mitch Hoy. Thank you, Mitchell and Anna Hoy, for the kind donation of some cattle for this afternoon for the epic final as well. One of our great cattle donors for the weekend, Mitchell and Anna Hoy. Thank you very much. Currently watch outside number 200, Mitchell Hoy, as he heads in for the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. In camp, we got a 201, Locke Rogers, Glen Lee, Riverley Indian. Kicks him up and gives him a look at the gate and straight through the middle of the Grey's Ag event partner and platinum sponsor Talon Beef. Gate 22, 62 and a 4, 22, 62 and 4 there for Mitch Hoy and More Hope. That'll be an 88 points there for Mitch and More Hope. In camp now, we got a number 201, Lock Rogers and Glenn Lee, Rivoli Indian. In camp, we got a 202, Kylie Webber and Roy. You be in camp next. 203 will be John Matheson and Applause. 204, Gavin White, Nevada. 205, Aaron Holden and Wyatt, Denali Dawn. 206 will be Brett Ellum. 207, Adam Wilson. 208, Ben McNaughton. 209, Curtis Cherry. And 210, Peter Donnelly. No luck there for number 201, Lock Rogers and Glenn Lee, Rivoli Indian. Unfortunately goes out with a no score. In camp now, we look to 202, Kylie Webber and Rory. 203 will be John Matheson and Applause. 204, Gavin White, Nevada. 205, Aaron Holden and Wyatt's Denali Dawn. 206 will be Brett Ellum. 207, Adam Wilson. Outside we go for number 202, Kylie Webber and Rory. In camp we go to John Matheson and Applause. 204 will be Gavin White, Nevada. 205, Aaron Holden and Wyatt's Denali Dawn. 206, Brett Ellum. 207, Adam Wilson. Sixteen, 59 and 3. 16, 59 and 3. 78 there for Kylie Webber and Applause. In camp now we got a number 203, John Matheson and Applause. 204, Gavin White, Nevada. You be in camp next. And can we watch number 203, John Matheson, and applause as he calls for a gate and heads outside to the Beef Trans first peg. One of our great sponsors for the weekend, Mr. John Matheson. Got a good one, started with a 23, but no luck outside. Goes out with a 23 and no further score for Matho. In camp now we got number 204, Gavin White and Nevada. 205, Aaron Holden. You'll be in camp next, followed by 206, Brett Ellum, and 207, Adam Wilson. And can we watch number 204, Gavin Watt and Nevada? In camp we go to 205, Aaron Holden and Wyatt's Denali Dawn. 206, Brett Ellen, you be in camp next. $22 for Gav White and Nevada. No further score outside. In camp now we look to number 205, Aaron Holden and Wyatt's Denali Dawn. 206 will be Brett Ellum and Vicky, you be in camp next. 207, Adam Wilson and Will Stock, you little ripper. 206 will be Ben McNaughton, Amac Omo. 209, Curtis Cherry. 210, Peter Donnelly. 211, Hugh Miles. Outside we head for number 205, Aaron Holden and Wyatt's Denali Dawn. Working to build on a yard score of 22. Another great steer from Rodney. And Jane Neal from Tenterden Station. Great cattle donors, given all the cattle for the first round of our epic open camp draft. Completed round there for number 205, Aaron Holden and Wyatt's Denali Dawn. We'll look to our judge, Mr. Rod McKinnon, for a score of 22, 60 and 4, 22, 60 and 4. That'll be an 86 there for number 205, Aaron Holden and Wyatt's Denali Dawn. In camp we go to 206, Brett Ellum and Vicky. 207, Adam Wilson and Will Stock, you little ripper, you be in camp next, followed by 208, Ben McNaughton, Amac Omo. 209, Curtis Cherry and In Style. Outside's the call for number 206, Brett Ellum and Vicky. In camp we go to 207, Adam Wilson and Will Stock, you little ripper. We're going to build on a yard score of 21. 21 and 21 there, and no further score for Brett Allen and Vicky in camp now. We've got a number 207, Adam Wilson and Will Stock, You Little Ripper. 208, Ben McNaughton, stand by. You be in camp next on AMAC Omo. 209 will be Curtis Cherry and In Style. 210, Peter Donnelly and Missy. 211, Hugh Miles with Connie. 212 will be Laurie Argue. 213 will be Lockie Argue. 214, Stephen Blackadder. 215, Mark Tonkin. 216, Lachlan Maxwell. And 217, Kate Sullivan. On course, we had for number 207, Adam Wilson and Will Stock, You Little Ripper. Not quite, unfortunately. Steer says I'm heading the other way. 21 and 21 there for Adam Wilson and Will Stock, You Little Ripper. No further score outside. In camp now we go to number 208, Ben McNaughton and AMAC Omo. 209. Curtis Cherry and InStyle, you're in camp next. 210 will be Peter Donnelly and Missy. 211, Hugh Miles and Connie. 212, Laurie Argue and one more Harley. Outside we go for number 208, Ben McNaughton and AMAC Omo, working to build on a yard score of 21. In camp we got a 209, Curtis Cherry and InStyle. 210, Peter Donnelly, you be in camp next. 211 will be Hugh Miles and Connie. 212, Laurie Argue, one more Harley. 213, Lockie Argue and 49er. 214 will be Stephen Blackadder. 215, Mark Tonkin and Nemo. 216, Lachlan Maxwell. As Ben lines one up, heads in for the gate. That'll be a completed round there for Ben McNaughton as he puts it one through the Grey Zag and Talon Tel Aviv gate this morning. 21, 62 and a 4. 21, 62 and 4 for an 87 there for Ben McNaughton and AMAC Omo. In camp now we go to number 209, Curtis Cherry. The Epic Committee thanks Curtis very much for coming down. One of our great judges for the weekend has made the trip down from Westmar in Queensland. Looking over his cattle now, competitor number 209, Curtis Cherry and InStyle, one of our judges for the Epic Campdraft this weekend. Made the trip down from Westmar in Queensland, a true Queenslander. I see he's got two coats on this morning in the lovely March Armidale weather. Outside we go now for number 209, Curtis Cherry, and in style 210, number Peter Donnelly. You're in camp now, followed by 211, Hugh Miles and Connie. Working outside number 209, Curtis Cherry, and in style, working to build on a 22. Heads him around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Curtis gives him a look at the gate. Can't quite get there, just goes around the outside of our event partner, Gray's Ag. Epic Open Campdraft gate, 22, 58 and a 3. 22, 58 and 3. That'll be an 83 there for Curtis and in style. In camp now we've got a number 210, Peter Donnelly and Missy. 211, Hugh Miles and Connie. You're in camp next, stand by. 212 will be Laurie Argue and one more Harley. 213 will be Lockie Argue and 49er. 214 will be Stephen Blackadder and Blackadder Little Eagle. 215 Mark Tonkin and Nemo. On course now we go for number 2, Peter Donnelly and Missy in camp. We looked at 211, Hugh Miles and Connie. 212, Laurie Argue, stand by. You're in camp next with one more Harley. 213 will be Lockie Argue and 49 at 214, Stephen Blackadder and Little Eagle. 215 will be Mark Tonkin and Nemo. 216, Lachlan Maxwell. We're currently watching Peter Donnelly and Missy outside as he takes the big Tenement Station steer up for a look at the gate and straight through the middle. That'll be a completed score there, completed round there for number 210, Peter Donnelly and Missy. A 22, a 63 and a 4, 22, 63 and 4 to be a good score too. That'll be an 89 there for number 210, Peter Donnelly and Missy. In camp now, we looked at number 211, Hugh Miles and Connie. 212, Laurie Argue. You're in camp next with one more Harley. Currently watching the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft here this morning. In camp we watch number 211, Hugh Miles and Connie. Hugh working to get another one right up the top of the leaderboard with a 91 yesterday. Working to shorten him up a bit around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Working to build on a yard score of 23. In camp now we got a number 212, Laurie Argue and one more Harley, stand by. 213, Lockie Argue and 49er. Completed round there for number 211, Hugh Miles and Connie. 23, 61 and 4, 23, 61 and 4. That'll be an 88. 88 there for number 211, Hugh Miles and Connie. In camp now we got a 212, Laurie Argue and one more Harley. 213, Lockie Argue and 49er. Stand by, you'll be in camp next. $214 will be Stephen Blackadder, $215 Mark Tonkin, $216 Lachlan Maxwell and $217 Kate Sullivan. Outside we go for number 2, 12, Laurie Argue, and one more Harley in camp. We look to 2, 13, Lockie Argue, and 49er. No luck outside there for Laurie. Goes out with a 17, 17, and no further score. In camp now we go number 2, 13, Lockie Argue, and 49er, 2, 14, Stephen Blackadder, and Blackadder, Little Eagles. You stand by, you're in camp next. 2.15 will be Mark Tonkin and Nemo, 2.16 Lachlan Maxwell and Catwalk, model 2.17 Kate Sullivan, 2 times, 2.18 Al Sullivan and Sneak Peek. 2.19 will be Tanika Foot and TikTok on the clock, 2.20 Shane Palmer, Tass's Cover Girl. Outside we go for number 2, 13, Lockie Argue, and 49 are working to build on a yard score of 21. Heads him around the beef trans first peg. In camp we go to number 2, 14, Stephen Blackadder, and Blackadder, Little Eagle. In camp next will be Mark Tonkin and Nemo. Please stand by. 2.16 will be Lachlan Maxwell and Catwalk, model 2.17 Kate Sullivan, and 2 times. Right now, outside we watch number 2, 13, Lockie Argue as he chases a big black free running steer from Tenterden Station. A big thanks to Rodney and Jane Nealers. Another one goes through the grate. They're proving to be great camp drafting here this morning. 21.62 and a 4. 21.62 and a 4. That's an 87 there for you, Lockie Argue, and 49. In camp now we got a number 214, Stephen Blackadder, and Blackadder, Little Eagle. In camp next will be 2.15, Mark Tonkin and Nemo. 2.16 will be Lachlan Maxwell and Catwalk, model 2.17 Kate Sullivan. 2.18 will be Al Sullivan. 2.19 Tanika Foot, 2.20 Shane Palmer, 2.21's a scratching, 2.22 will be Carl Green, 2.23 Tim McCarthy, and 2.24 Adam Sadler. Outside we go for number 2.14, Stephen Blackadder and Blackadder, Little Eagle, 2.15, Mark Tonkin and Nemo. You're in camp now, followed by 2.16, Lachlan Maxwell and Catwalk, model 2.17 will be Kate Sullivan, 2.18 Al Sullivan, 2.19 Tanika Foot, 2.20 Yvette Palmer and Tass's Cover Girl. Completed round there for number 2, 14, Stephen Blackadder and Blackadder, Little Eagle. Score coming in hand from our judge, Rod McKinnon, a 21.59 and a 4.21.59. And 4 for an 84 there for Stephen and Little Eagle. In camp now we got a 2.15, Mark Tonkin and Nemo. 2.16 will be Lachlan Maxwell. 2.17, Kate Sullivan, and 2 times. On course, we go for number 215, Mark Tonkin and Nemo. In camp, we go to 216, Lachlan Maxwell and Catwalk Model. 217 will be Kate Sullivan. 218 will be Al Sullivan. 219, Tanika Food. 220, Yvette Palmer. 221, The Scratching. 222 will be Carl Green. 21 there for Mark Tonkin and Nemo. In camp, now we go to 216, Lachlan Maxwell and Catwalk Model. 217, Kate Sullivan. 2 times. You're in camp next. Selecting his beast now, 216 Lachlan Maxwell, Catwalk Model. In camp we go next for 217 Kate Sullivan and 2 times. No luck outside there for Lachlan Maxwell, and Catwalk Model goes out with a 22. Still had different ideas. In camp now we go to 217 Kate Sullivan and 2 times. 218 Al Sullivan, stand by. You're in camp next on Sneak Peek. 219 will be Tanika Food and TikTok on the clock. 220 will be Yvette Palmer and Tass's Cover Girl. 221's a Scratching. 222 Carl Green. 223 Tim McCarthy and TNL Raylene. 224 Adam Sadler Black Magic. 225's a Scratching. 226 will be Brad Williamson and 227 Emily Kerr. Outside we head now for number 217, Kate Sullivan, and 2 times. We're going to build on a yard score of 22. In camp we go to 218, Al Sullivan and Sneak Peek. $22 there for Kate Sullivan and 2 times. No further score outside. In camp now we go to number 218, Al Sullivan and a Sneak Peek. 219 Tanika Food and TikTok on the clock. You'll be in camp next, followed by 220 Yvette Palmer and Tass's Cover Girl. 221 will be Wade Moore, Scratching, sorry. 222 will be Carl Green. 223 Tim McCarthy. 224 Adam Sadler. Currently watching in camp Al Sullivan at 218 with Sneak Peek. First round of our epic open camp draft. Outside now, we watch number 218, Al Sullivan and Sneak Peek. In camp, we look to 219, Tanika Food and TikTok on the clock. Sale vendors, epic sale vendors. The team is over there waiting for the classification. So if you don't have your horses on the ground, if you can, please head over and get them classified as soon as possible. And also meet your auctioneers. They are waiting for you down at the arena. 17 there for Al Sullivan and Sneak Peek, and no further score outside. In camp now, we've got a number 219, Tanika Food and TikTok on the clock. 220 Yvette Palmer, you're in camp next with Tass's Cover Girl. Outside we go now for number 219, Tanika Food and TikTok on the clock. In camp, we look to number 220, Yvette Palmer. And Tassa's Cover Girl. 221's a scratching, so 222, Carl Green, you're in camp next with Ruby. 223 will be Tim McCarthy and TNL Raylene. 224, Adam Sadler, Black Magic. 225's a scratching, 226, Brad Williamson and Top Knot. 17 outside there. 17 for Tanika Food and TikTok on the clock. In camp now we got number 220, Yvette Palmer and Tassa's Cover Girl. Currently watching the first round of our epic open Campdraft under the watchful eye of our judge, Mr. Rod McKinnon. A great run of cattle donated by Rodney and Jane Neal from Tenterden Station. The Epic Committee thanks them very, very much for their donation for a big run of beautiful steers this morning. Outside we go now for number 220, Yvette Palmer and Tassa's Cover Girl. In camp we got a 222, Carl Green. And Ruby, 223, Tim McCarthy, TNL Raylene, you're in camp next. 224, Adam Sadler, Black Magic. 225 is a scratching. 226 will be Brad Williamson and Top Knot. 227, Emily Kerr, Romeo's Destiny. 228, Jackson Noon, Hazelwood Company Playtime. 229, Sophie Kelly. 230, Joel Mace. That'll be completed round there for number 220, Yvette Palmer and Tassa's Cover Girl. 1861 and 4, 1861 and 4 for an 83. In camp now we got a number 222, Carl Green and Ruby. 223, Tim McCarthy and TNL Raylene. You're in camp next. Stand by. 224 will be Adam Sadler, Black Magic. 225 is a scratching. 226, Brad Williamson and Top Knot. Competitor in camp 222, Carl Green, looking over fresh yard. Cattle from Rodney and Jane Neal at Tenterden Station, one of our great cattle donors this weekend here at the Epic Campdraft. Thanks very much to our large list of sponsors this weekend. Our event partner, Graze Ag, Platinum sponsors, Maloney Livestock Transport, Owen Farming from Tulla Beef and Beef Trans. Our gold sponsors, Burton Salary, Manilda Group, Northern Tableland Earth Moving, New England Toyota and Riverina Stock Feeds. Our silver sponsors this weekend, WLW Group, Stock Live, Angus Barrett Saddlery, Everson Food Processors, Thunderbolt Equine Veterinary Services, Circle L, Cinch Australia, Morrow Made Saddles, Benalla Stud, the home of Al Capone and Verback. Our bronze sponsors this weekend, Rabobank, Impulse Print, EV Costa, Accolade Equine, Gainey Saddle Co, Stockyard Beef, CTC Country Trucker Caps and Mike's Raincoats. Currently outside watching number 222, Carl Green and Ruby, working to build on a yard score of 21. Heads around the Maloney Livestock Transport, second peg. Give himself a chance to set him up and look him at the gate. Shaves a bit off the Tulla Beef inside gate peg. 21, 63 and a 4, 21. 63 and a 4, that's an 88 there for Carl Green and Ruby. In camp now we got a number 223, Tim McCarthy and TNL Raylene. 224, Adam Sadler, Black Magic. You'll be in camp next. If you do have a sale horse and you haven't yet, can you please go over to the arena for the classifications, please? If you do have a sale horse, please go over and get them classified. And vendors, it is your chance to meet your auctioneers this morning. So if you are a vendor in the Epic Horse Sale, please head over and meet your auctioneers this morning. Currently we watch in camp looking over his cattle, number 223, Tim McCarthy, and TNL Raylene. In camp we go to 224, Adam Sadler with Black Magic. Competitors, there are some horses that are in the cattle yards, and we have a truck wanting to unload. So if they're your horses in the cattle yards, if you could please move them immediately. So if you've got some horses over there in the cattle yards, can you please go over and get them immediately, as we have a cattle truck waiting to unload. Unfortunately, no joy there for number 223, Tim McCarthy, and TNL Raylene goes out with a no score. In camp now, we've got a 224, Adam Sadler and Black Magic. We'll just wait for our backyard men to get our yard cleaned up. Doing a great job there, our backyard staff and front gate men. Thank you very much for your hours working here at the Epic this weekend. In camp now, we got a number 224, Adam Sadler and Black Magic. 225s are scratching, so 226, Brad Williamson, Top Knot. You're in camp next. 227 will be Emily Kerr and Romeo's Destiny. 228 Jackson Noon, Hazelwood Company Playtime. 229 Sophie Kelly and Tip Top. 230 Joel Mace and Dealmaker. We have 258 competitors in the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft. We will then be getting the arena drag, so we'll have a short break while we drag the arena and then going on with the Infinity Camp Draft after that. Competitors, if they are your horses in the cattle yards, could you please go and collect them straight away? Outside we go for number 224, Adam Sadler and Black Magic. In camp we go for 226, Brad Williamson and Top Knot. $22 there for Adam and Black Magic, 22. In camp now we go for 226, Brad Williamson and Top Knot. 227, Emily Kerr, Romeo's Destiny. You're in camp next. Just watch coming back there, boys. Currently watching the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft here. In camp, we'll watch 226, Brad Williamson and Top Knot. Competitors, I see those horses are still in the loadout yards. If they are your horses, please go and get them right now. One of our cattle truck operators, John Matheson, is down there wanting to unload or load. So if you could please go and get them as soon as possible. Outside we go for number 2, 26, Brad Williamson, and top knot. In camp we go to 1, 27, Emily Kerr and Romeo's Destiny. Brad heads around the beef trans, first peg, heads over. For a look at the Maloney Livestock Transport. Couldn't quite get the bend on him, goes out with a 21 and no further score, 21. In camp now we got a 227, Emily Kerr, Romeo's Destiny, 228, Jackson Noon, and company playtime. You're in camp next. 229 will be Sophie Kelly and Tip Top, 230, Joel Mays, Dealmaker. 231 will be Darcy Argue, 232, Aaron Williamson, and 233, Andrew Kelly. In camp we watch 227, Emily Kerr, Romeo's Destiny. 228, Jackson Noon. You're in camp next with Hazelwood Company playtime. 229 will be Sophie Kelly and Tip Top. 230, Joel Mays, Dealmaker. 231, Darcy Argue and Sue Key. 232, Aaron Williamson, and 233, Andrew Kelly. If you haven't already and you've got a horse on grounds for the sale, please head over and get it classified this morning. Unfortunately, no luck there for number 227, Emily Kerr and Romeo's Destiny. Goes out with a no score. We'll just get the yard cleaned up and then we'll look to 228, Jackson Noon and Hazelwood Company playtime. In camp we watch number 228, Jackson Noon, Hazelwood Company playtime. Jackson's got himself a score right up the top from yesterday. In camp now we look to number 229, Sophie Kelly and Tip Top as Jackson heads around the beef trans, first peg. Three horses getting tied up in the camp and we're not going on until they move. So whoever's horses are in the cattle yards, you better come get them. So if your horses are in the cattle yards, you better come get them right now because they're in the camp and we're not going on until they're out, is the story. 22, 61 and 4. 22, 61 and 4 for an 87. There for Jackson Noon and Hazelwood Company playtime puts another one on the board. 22, 61 and 4. there as it is slowing them down, and it is not their job to move them. Outside we go for number 229, Sophie Kelly and Tip Top. Sophie working to build on a score of 21, goes round the Beef Trans. Livestock first peg. Thank you very much to Beef Trans, one of our platinum sponsors this weekend. Through the gate for number 229, Sophie Kelly and Tip Top. 21, a 64 and a 4, 21, a 64 and 4 for an 89. 89 there for Sophie Kelly and Tip Top. In camp now, we've got number 230, Joel Mace and Deal Maker. 231, Darcy Argue, you're in camp next. 232, Aaron Williams. Andrew Kelly, 234, Jonathan McDonald, 230, Ben Newbury, 236, Ben Thompson, 237, Hugh Miles. Twenty-one for Joel Mace and Deal Maker. In camp now, we've got a 231, Darcy Argue and Sue Key. 232, Aaron Williamson, 233, Andrew Kelly, and 234, Jonathan McDonald.
Hey.
In camp now, we watch number 231, Darcy Argue and Sue Key. In camp next, we go to 232, Aaron Williamson and Stormy. Unfortunately, no luck there for number 231, Darcy Argue and Sue Key goes out with a no score. In camp now, we go to 232, Aaron Williamson and Stormy. 233, Andrew Kelly, stand by, you'll be in camp next. 234 will be Jonathan McDonald. 235, Ben Newbury. 236, Ben Thompson. 237 will be Hugh Miles. 238, Jack Ferguson. And 239, Bernie McNew. 240 will be Toby Bruce. 241, Lockie Argue. 242, Brock Hamilton. In camp now, we watch number 232, Aaron Williamson, and Stormy, 233, Andrew Kelly, and Quinn, you're in camp next. 234 will be Jonathan McDonald, 235, Ben Newbury, 236, Ben Thompson. Outside now, we watch number 232, Aaron Williamson, just on the wrong side of the beef trans. First pair goes out with a 22. 22 and no further score outside. Now we go to 233, Andrew Kelly and Quinn. 234, Jonathan McDonald, you be in camp next. 235 will be Ben Newbury, 236, Ben Thompson, 237, Hugh Miles and Wallinga Park, Smooth Talker. 238, Jack Ferguson, 239, Bernie McMew, 240, Toby Bruce, 241, Lockie Argue, and 242, Brock Hamilton. On course, we go for 233, Andrew Kelly and Quinn. In camp, we looked at 234, Jonathan McDonald and Sheedy's Miss Scarlett. $20 there for Andrew Kelly and Quinn, and no further score outside. In camp now, we go for number 234, Jonathan McDonald and Sheedy's Miss Scarlett, 235, Ben Newbury, stand by, you're in camp next with Right Way, Noon, Rosebud. 236 will be Ben Thompson and Cash, 237, Hugh Miles, Wallinga Park, Smooth Talker, 238, Jack Ferguson, 239, Benny McMew, 240, Toby Bruce. 22 there for Jonathan McDonald and Sheedy's Miss Scarlett. No further score outside. In camp now, we go for 235, Ben Newbury and Right Way, Noon, Rosebud, 236, Ben Thompson and Cash. 237 will be Hugh Miles, Wallinga Park, Smooth Talker, 238, Jack Ferguson, Broomfield, Maybe Fancy, and 239 will be Bernie McMew and Kirkby's stud, Elvis. In camp, we watch number 235, Ben Newbury, and Right Way, Noon, Rosebud. 236 will be Ben Thompson. You're in camp next with Cash. 237 will be Hugh Miles with Wallinga Park, Smooth Talker. 238, Jack Ferguson, Bernie McMew. 240 Toby Bruce. 241 Lockie Argue. 242 Brock Hamilton. 243 Greg Clayton. And 244 Steve Cadzo. On course, we go for 235, Ben Newbury and a right way, a Noon Rosebud. In camp, we go to 236, Ben Thompson and Cash. 237, Hugh Miles, Willinga Park, Smooth Talker, you're in camp next. Stand by. 238, Jack Ferguson. 239, Benny McMew. 240, Toby Bruce. And 241, Lockie Argue. $16, and no further score there for Ben Newbury and Noon Rosebud. In camp now we go to 236. High scorer from yesterday afternoon's first portion, Ben Thompson and Cash. 237, Hugh Miles, Willinga Park, Smooth Talker, you're in camp next, followed by 238, Jack Ferguson and Broomfield, Maybe Fancy. In camp, we watch 236, Ben Thompson and Cash. $237, Hugh Miles, Willinga Park, Smooth Talker, you're in camp next. 238 will be Jack Ferguson, 239, Bernie McMew, 240, Toby Bruce, 241, Lockie Argue, 242, Brock Hamilton, currently watching the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft. Thanks very much to our sponsors, our event partner, Grey's Ag, Platinum sponsors, Maloney Livestock Transport, Owen Farming from Tulla Beef and Beef Trans, Livestock Transport. Outside we watch 236, Ben Thompson and Cash. 237, Hugh Miles, Willinga Park, Smooth Talker, looking over his cattle now. 238, Jack Ferguson, Broomfield. Maybe Fancy, you'll be in camp next, followed by 239, Benny McMew and Kirkby, Starter Elvis, 240 be Toby Bruce and Brass. We completed round there for number 236, Ben Thompson and Cash, a 17 for yard score, a 63 and a 4. That'll be an 84 there for Ben Thompson and Cash. Gets another one on the board for the Open Camp Draft. In camp now we got 237, Hugh Miles, Willinga Park, Smooth Talker. 238, Jack Ferguson, Broomfield, Maybe Fancy, you're in camp next. Outside we go now for number 237, Hugh Miles, Willinga Parks, Smooth Talker. In camp we go to 238, Jack Ferguson, Broomfield, Maybe Fancy. Hugh working to build on a yard score of 23. We saw this horse go around last night in the stay-in Cam Draft. He heads him up, gives him a look at the gate. Now Grey's Ag and Tulla Beef gate, and goes straight through the middle for the 4 points to go with his 23-yard score. 23.62 and a 4, 23, 62 and 4. That'll be an 89 there for Hugh Miles, and Wallinga Park, a smooth talker, puts another good score on the board for Hugh Miles. In camp now, we've got 238 Jack Ferguson, Broomfield, it may be fancy. 239 will be Bernie McMew, Kirkby, Stud, Elvis. 240 be Toby Bruce and Brass. 241 Lockie Argue, Slim Shady. 242 be Brock Hamilton. 243 Greg Clayton, and 244 Stephen Cadzo. Just getting our camp cleaned up. And then we go on with number 238, Jack Ferguson, Broomfield. It may be fancy. Completed round there for number 238, Jack Ferguson and Broomfield. It may be fancier score coming in hand from our judge, Mr. Rod McKinnon. 21, a 60 and a 4. 21, a 60 and a 4. That'll be an 85 there for number 238, Jack Ferguson. 239, Bernie McMew. You're in camp now on Kirkley Stud, Elvis. 240 be Toby Bruce and Brass. You'll be in camp next. Stand by. 241, Lockie Argue. 242, Brock Hamilton. 243, Greg Clayton. 244 will be Steve Cadzo. 245, Troy Yarnold. 246, Zach Croker. 247, Robert Fuller. And 248, Andrew Burns. Outside we go for number 239, Bernie and Kirkby Stud, Elvis. In camp we go to 240, Toby Bruce and Brass. 241 will be Lockie Argue and Slim Shady. 242, Brock Hamilton, Fascinated Cat. 243, Greg Clayton, The Duck. 244, Stephen Cadzo. Clear choice, play it again. $21 there for Bernie McMew and Kirkby Stud, Elvis. No further score outside. In camp we go to 240, Toby Bruce and Brass. Outside we go for number 240, Toby Bruce and Brass. In camp we go to 241, Lockie Argue with Slim Shady. 242 will be Brock Hamilton, Fascinating Cat. 243, Greg Clayton, The Dark. 244, Stephen Cadzo, Clear Choice, Play It Again. Currently watching the first round of our Epic Open Campdraft. Thanks to our event partners, Gray's Ag. Toby working to build on a yard score of 22. Himself a nice running steer from Tenterden Station. Rodney and Jane Neal, thank you so much for your donation of these cattle for the use in our Epic Open Campdraft. Straight through the middle for Toby of our Grey Zag and Tulla Beef Grey Farming Gate 22, 60 and 4 for an 86, 22. 60 and 4 for an 86. In camp now we go to 241, Lockie Argue and Slim Shady. 242, Brock Hamilton, Fascinating Cat. You be in camp next. 243, Greg Clayton, The Duck. 244, Stephen Cadzo, Clear Choice, Play It Again. 245, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. And 246, Zach Croker and Counterfeit. If you're a vendor on grounds with a horse and you haven't had it classified, they're about to wind up. So if you are on grounds and you need to get your horse classified, which you do, please head over right now because the classification stand is about to close. No luck there for number 241, Lockie Argue and Slim Shady goes out with a no score. In camp now, we got a 242, Brock Hamilton and Fascinating Cat. 243, Greg Clayton, The Duck. You're in camp next, followed by 244, Stephen Cadzo and Clear Choice, Play It Again. 245 will be Troy Yarnold. 246, Zach Croker. 247, Robert Fuller. 248, Andrew Burns. 249, Ben Rosado. 250, Charlene Dixon. 251, Sam Greenup. John D. O'Reilly, your credit card is up here at the announcer's box. If you've lost your card, it is up here, John O'Reilly. Your key card has been found and given to the announcer's box, so please come and get it when you can. Currently watching outside number 242, Brock Hamilton and Fascinating Cat. In camp, we got a 243, Greg Clayton and The Dark. 244, Stephen Cadzo, Clear Choice, Play It Again. You're in camp next. 245 will be Troy Yarnold, One More Gift. 246, Zach Croker, Counterfeit. Currently watching the first round of our Epic Open Campdraft. 259 competitors. $21 there and no further score for 242, Brock Hamilton and Fascinating Cat. In camp now we got a 243, Greg Clayton and The Duck. 244, Stephen Cadzo and Clear Choice, Play It Again. You're in camp next. 245 will be Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. Outside we go for 243, Greg Clayton, The Duck. heads in for the Beef Trans first peg. Thanks very much to Beef Trans, John and Yannicka Matheson and Sons, carting the cattle for the draft and sale this weekend. A family-owned business operating out of Glen Innes, specialising in livestock. 1 to 6 deck options, including road trains. Their focus on the New England northwest of New South Wales. John and Jimmy are drafting this weekend, and the sponsors of our Infinity Camp Draft. Thank you very much to Beef Trans, the Matheson family, doing a great job for the epic program. Completed round there for number 243, Greg Clayton and the Duck. 21.60 and a 4, 21.60 and 4 for an 85 there for Greg Clayton and the Duck. In camp now we've got a 244 Stephen Cadzo, clear choice played again. 245 Troy Yarnold and one more gift. You're in camp next. 246 will be Zach Croker, counterfeit. 247 Robert Fuller. 248 Andrew Burns. 249 Ben Rossiter. 250 Charlene Dixon. Score there for 244 Stephen Cadzo. That'll be 16, 16 and no further score. In camp now we look to 245 Troy Yarnold and one more gift. 246 will be Zach Croker and counterfeit. 247 Robert Fuller and reflection. Seventeen there for Troy Yarnold and one more gift. In camp now we got a number 246 Zach Croker and counterfeit. 247 Robert Fuller reflection. You'll be in camp next, followed by 248 Andrew Burns and Keels one more Tango. 249 will be Ben Rossiter and Georgie. 250 Charlene Dixon, Cateroil Xanadu. 251 Sam Greenup Shakira. 252 Lauren Schwartz and Illawong Hard Hat Dave. Currently watching the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft. Outside we go for number 246, Zach Croker and Counterfeiting Camp. We got a 247, Robert Fuller and Reflection. Zach takes one around the Beef Trans first peg. Thanks very much to Beef Trans Transport, one of our great sponsors this weekend. $16.62 and a 4, $16.62 and a 4. That'll be an 80. Zach Croker and Counterfeit. In camp now we got a 247, Robert Fuller and Reflection, 248, Andrew Burns and Keels, One More Tango. You're in camp next, followed by 249, Ben Rosada and Georgie. 250 will be Charlene Dixon, 251, Sam Green up, 252, Lauren Schwartz, 253, Bevan Wood, 254, Cameron Martin. The draws for the second round of the Stallion and the Epic Camp Draft have been texted out just now, so you should get them in the next few minutes. The competitors in the Epic and Stallion Draft, your draws for the second rounds have just been released, so you should get them very shortly. 21 there for Robert Fuller and Reflection. No luck outside. In camp now we go to 248, Andrew Burns and Keels, One More Tango. 249, Ben Rosada and Georgie. You'll be in camp next, followed by 250, Charlene Dixon and Cater Oil of Xanadu. 251, Sam Green up, 252, Lauren Schwartz. 253, Bevan Wood. 254, Cameron Martin. 255, David Kelly. 258 competitors in the first round of this Open Camp Draft. We do have, at this stage, a runoff for our cutout. We have two competitors on 24, so those two competitors are Matt Durkin with Bad Boy Henry and Hugh Miles and More Spoonful. So if you are somewhere close by, if you could please be ready for a runoff for our cutout. There's approximately 10 runs to go, and if we do not have a 25, we will be having a runoff for our cutout. So Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry and Hugh Miles, More Spoonful, at this stage you will be required to run off that cutout. A 16 there for Andrew Burns and One More Tango. In camp now we've got a number 249, Ben Rosada and Georgie. 250, Charlene Dixon. You'll be in camp next. The Epic Camp Draft Committee would like to thank our media partner this week in the Win Network. And our official photographer, Emma Pendergast. Blake O'Reilly, could you please come to the announcer's box when you're free, mate? Blake O'Reilly, if you could please make your way to the announcer's box. There's two people here that need to speak to you. Unfortunately, no luck there for number 249, Bez Rosada, and Georgie goes out with a no score. In camp now, we've got a number 250, Charlene Dixon and Xanadu, 251, Sam Green up standby. You're in camp next with Shakira. 252 will be Lauren Schwartz, 253, Bevan Wood, 254, Cameron Martin, 255, David Kelly. Currently getting to the pointy end of business in the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft this morning. In camp now, we watch number 250, Charlene Dixon and Cateral Xanadu, 251, Sam Green up Shakira. You're in camp next. 252 will be Lauren Schwartz, 253, Bevan Wood, 254, Cameron Martin, 255, David Kelly, 256, John Hardy, 257, Leslie Apps, 258, Ben Thompson, and our final competitor, 259, Lockie Argue. At the completion of this draft at this stage, we will be needing a runoff for our cutouts between Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry and Hugh Miles and more Spoonful, both on 24. 21 there for Charlene Dixon and Xanadu. No further score outside. In camp now, we've got a number 251, Jandowie, Queensland competitor Sam Green up and Shakira. Currently in camp, watching number 251 as he looks over his cattle, Sam Green up and Shakira. Sam's made the long trip down from Jandowie in Queensland. In camp next, we got 252, Lauren Schwartz and Illawong Hard Hat Dave, 253, Bevan Wood. You be in camp next, one of a kind at nick of time. 259 competitors, so not many to go till we wrap up the first round of the Open Camp Draft, and then at this stage we will be having a runoff for our cutout. So Matt Durkin, Bad Boy Henry and Hugh Miles, more Spoonful, if you could please be ready. Completion of that runoff for the cutout. At this stage, we will be dragging the arena and then going on with our Infinity Camp Draft. So there will be a 5 or 10 minute break, and then we will go on with our Infinity Camp Draft. Outside we go for number 251, Sam Green up and Shakira. 252, Lauren Schwartz and Illawong Hard Hat Dave. You're in camp next. Sam heads around the beef trans. First peg, heads over to the Maloney Livestock Transport. Second peg. Some of our great sponsors for the weekend. We thank them very, very much. Sam kicks him out and heads him up. Give himself a look at the gate. Quiet just goes around the outside of our event partner, Gray's Ag. Gate posts 22, a 60 and a 3, 22, 60 and 3. That'll be 85 there for Sam and Shakira. In camp now we got a 252, Lauren Schwartz, Illawong Hard Hat Dave, 253, Bevan Wood. You're in camp next on one of a kind, nick of time. 254, Cameron Martin, True Class Pizzazz, 255, David Kelly Phoenix, 256, John Hardy and Real Suave, 257, Leslie Apps. 258 will be Ben Thompson, and 259 our final competitor, Lockie Argue and 49er. In camp now, we go to 252 Lauren Schwartz, Illawong Hard Hat Dave, 253 Bevan Wood, one of a kind Nick of Time. You're in camp next. 254 with Cameron Martin, True Class Pizzazz, 255 David Kelly and Phoenix. Currently watching the final few competitors in the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft, currently led with a 92. Some great camp drafting over this afternoon and this morning. Thanks very much to our cattle owners, Rodney and Jane Neal from Tennyson Station. Terrific lineup of cattle and a great effort to put this money forward for our competitors this weekend. The Epic Committee thanks them very, very much for their kind donation. Outside we go now for number 252, Lauren Schwartz, Illawong Hard Hat Dave. In camp we go to 253 Bevan Wood, one of a kind, Nick of Time. Our official photographer this weekend for our camp draft, Emma Pendergast from Penwood Creations. If you are looking for photos from your runs, please jump on the Penwood Creations site. They will be on there and they will be outstanding, I'm sure. Thanks very much to our media partner for the weekend, Win Network. That'll be a 19-19 there for Lauren and Illawong Hard Hat Dave. No further score outside. In camp now we go to 253 Bevan Wood, one of a kind, Nick of Time. 254 Cameron Martin, True Class Pizzazz. You're in camp next, followed by 255 David Kelly and Phoenix. Matt Durkin, Bad Boy Henry, Hugh Miles and More Spoonful. Please be ready for the run-off for that cutout. Only about 5 or 6 competitors to go in the first round of our Epic Open. Outside we go over 253 Bevan Wood, one of a kind, Nick of Time. In camp we go to 254 Cameron Martin, True Class Pizzazz. No luck around the beef trans. First peg goes out with a 22-22. In camp now we go 254 Cameron Martin, True Class Pizzazz, 255 David Kelly. You'll be in camp next with Phoenix. 256 will be John Hardy and Real Suave. 257 Leslie Apps and Rosie. 258 Ben Thompson's. 259 Lockie Argue. Outside we go for number 254, Cameron Martin, True Class Pizzazz. In camp we go to 255, David Kelly and Phoenix. 256 will be John Hardy, Real Suave. 257, Leslie Apps and Rosie. 258 will be Ben Thompson and Tiffany. And our final committer, 259, Lockie Argue. And a 49er. Completion of the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft. We will be having a run-up for the cutout at this stage between Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry and Hugh Miles and More Spoonful. $16 there for Cameron Martin and Pizzazz. No further score outside. In camp now we go 255 David Kelly and Phoenix. 256 John Hardy. Please be ready. You are in camp next on a Real Suave. Completion of the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft. We will be dragging the arena, so we will be having a 5 to 10 minute break before we go on with our Infinity Camp Draft Infinity Campdraft, those horses 6 years and over, bought out of the Epic Sale program. One of the great incentives here offered by the Epic program. Outside we go for 255, David Kelly and Phoenix. Doing to work on his yard score of 21. David kicks him out, lines him up, crack at the gate. Grey Zag and Tulla Beef gate, and straight through the middle he goes. Score coming to hand to go, these 21 and a 4. 21, a 63 and a 4. That'll be an 88. 88 there for number 255, David Kelly and Phoenix. In camp now we got number 256, John Hardy and Real Suave. 257, Leslie Apps and Rosie. 258, Ben Thompson. And we'll wind it down with number 259, Lockie Argue and a 49er. Thanks to our judge, Rod McKinnon, doing a great job of sitting out there in the cool Armidale weather. Outside we go for number 256, John Hardy and Real Suave. John Hardy, long-time supporter of the Epic program. Lena's conman here in the stadium draft last night, and a couple of progeny in the sale also. In camp now we go to 257, Leslie Apps and Rosie. 258, Ben Thompson. Stand by, you're in camp next. 259, our final competitor, Lockie Argue. John working hard to build with his 21-yard score. Big black ballie from Tenterden Station, and through the middle he goes at the Grey Zag and Tulla Beef gate. Score coming to hand, a 21, a 61 and a 4 for an 86. 21, 61 and a 4 there for an 86 for John Hardy and a Real Suave. In camp now we go to 257, Leslie Apps and Rosie. Currently watching the last few competitors in the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft under the watchful eye of our judge, Mr. Rod McKinnon. Thanks very much to our event partner for the weekend, Grey Zag. Our platinum sponsors, Maloney Livestock Transport, Tulla Beef, Beef Trans, Livestock Transport. In camp now, we watch number 257, Leslie Apps and Rosie. Working hard in the yard, and outside we go for 257, Leslie Apps. Rosie just comes under the that Beef Trans first peg. Unfortunately goes out with a 23. 23, had a good one started, but no luck outside. In camp now, we go to our second last competitor, 258, and high scorer from yesterday with a 92. I reckon Ben Thompson and Tiffany. Looking to put another one up there on the leaderboard. 259, Lockie Argue. Please be ready. Our last competitor on checks. Hugh Miles. And More Spoonful and Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry. Please be ready. We will be running off our cutout. The completion of this first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft. Outside we go now for number 258, Ben Thompson and Tiffany. Ben, no stranger to success outside at the Armidale Campdraft Grounds, running a 92 yesterday. In camp we go look to our last competitor, 259, Lockie Argue and Checks. We're going to build on a 22-yard score for number 258, Ben Thompson and Tiffany. Sets himself up for a look at the gate as he heads around and through and straight through the middle of our Tulla Beef inside gate peg. Grey Zag event sponsor for event partner for the weekend, a 22, a 59 and a 4, 22, 59 and 4 for an 85 there for Ben Thompson and Tiffany. Our last competitor in camp now, 259, Lockie, Argue and Checks. That'll wind down the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft. And thanks again to Rodney and Jane Neal for the kind donation of the line of the first round for our Open from Tenterden Station. Terrific lineup of cattle. I don't think you'd see them better anywhere in the country. A very big effort to get these cattle here for us to Campdraft this weekend. So thank you very much, Rodney. Thank you very much, Jane, the Tenterden Station team. Outside we go now for number 259, Lockie, Argue and Checks. That'll be a 20 there, 20 for Lockie, Argue and Checks, and no further score outside. That winds down the first round of our Epic Open Camp Draft. We will have a runoff for our cutout now. Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry and Hugh Miles and More Spoonful. Thanks very much to our judge, Mr. Rod McKinnon. Adjudicating over our Epic Open Camp Draft this morning and yesterday afternoon. He has done a great job, some great camp drafting. We've tossed a coin and Matt Durkin is going first. Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry. A run off for our cutout for the Epic Open Camp Draft of Matt Durkin, Bad Boy Henry, Hugh Miles, More Spoonful. Looking over his cattle now in the run-up for this cutout in our Epic Open Camp Draft, Matt Durkin, Bad Boy Henry. Two competitors on a 24. Selects his beast and up the front he goes. Matt Durkin, Bad Boy Henry. Outside. Score there for Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry. He's laid it down and says, come and catch me if you can, with a 23. 23 for Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry. In camp now we look to Hugh Miles, More Spoonful. Current looking over his cattle. Our second competitor in the run-up for our cutout, Hugh Miles, More Spoonful, comes in with a 24 from the first round also. Congratulations to the winner of our first round of our Open Camp Draft, Ben Thompson and Con Serena with a 92. Hugh selects his steer from Tenterden Station. Our judge, Mr. Rod McKinnon, watches him go to work. And a 22 there, 22 for Hugh Miles and More Spoonful. So congratulations, Matt Durkin and Bad Boy Henry with a 23. He'll be the winner of our cutout for the Epic Open 2024. Congratulations to the winner of our first round, Ben Thompson, with a 92. Some big scores this afternoon. Thanks to our judge, Rod McKinnon. We'll see him back
I
for the
started
final.
my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago, I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright, the Walt Youngman method. And I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees. We go and hand pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom-made saddle for our customers. That it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home. But if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get one thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next 10 years overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago, I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright, the Walt Youngman method, and I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees. We go and hand pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom-made saddle for our customers. That it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home. But if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get one thrown in the back of the truck, and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get one thrown in the back of the truck, and I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next 10 years overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full-time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright, the Walt Youngman method, and I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees, we go and hand pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom-made saddle for our customers that it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home, but if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it. Winner, well, it's theirs to take home, but if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll send it. I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next 10 years overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full-time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright, the Walt Youngman method, and I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees, we go and hand-pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom-made saddle for our customers that it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home, but if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get one thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999, made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next... I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next 10 years overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full-time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright, the Walt Youngman method, and I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees, we go and hand pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom-made saddle for our customers that it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home, but if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get one thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next 10 years overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full-time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright, the Walt Youngman method. And I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees. We go and hand pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom-made saddle for our customers. That it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home. But if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get one thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in winning that saddle. Thrown in the back of the truck. I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the sa
Willawarren and now home based here in Armidale. Ladies and gentlemen and competitors, we would like you to listen to your judges. Once again, a big thank you to Wally Ray from up there at Glen Innes and, of course, Cody Law from Swanvale, two very well-renowned and respected judges. And a big thank you to our cattle owners who are watching online and are very proud to loan their cattle today to this event. We'll hand over to our judge, Mr. Cody Law, to address the competitors. Thank you, Cody. Well-renowned and respected judges.
Thank you, Blake.
A big thank you to our cattle owners.
Thank you for the invitation to judge today. Wally and I discussed earlier.
Hand over to our judge, Mr. Cody Law, to address
we'll be
the
sticking to
competitors.
NCCA rules, obviously. Thank you, Blake. I'd like you to take the time. Thank you for the invitation, particularly when you first come in the yard. Wally and I discussed earlier. Don't get out of a walk. And just walk quietly through your cattle while you're selecting. Obviously, when we call, acknowledge the judge. Take the time. Thank you for the standard rules, 40 seconds. Cattle change will be earlier. Don't get out of 20. So 21, 41 cattle while you're selecting. Obviously, that's about it. Good luck. Acknowledge the judge. Take the time. Thank you for the standard rules, 40 seconds. Cattle change will be earlier. Don't get out of 20. So 21.
Alrighty, we're good to go and get underway. Thank you, everyone. Our first rider in will be Lauren Schwartz and Illawong Hard Hat Dave. Number 2 will be Alan Kedsley and Batgirl. 3, Lockie Argue and Slim Shady. 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. And 5, Christy MacArthur with Tricrossy Opal. Just a reminder, please, could all encouragement riders have a helmet on? You will be checked at the camp gate. And if you don't have a helmet on, you will not be able to compete. And 5, Christy MacArthur with Tricrossy Opal. Just a reminder, please, could all encouragement riders have a helmet on? You will be checked at the camp gate. And if you don't have a helmet on, you will not be able to compete. And 5, Christy MacArthur with Tricrossy Opal. Just a reminder, please, could all encouragement riders have a helmet on? You will be checked at the camp gate. And if you don't have a helmet on, you will not be able to compete. And 5, Christy MacArthur with Tricrossy Opal. Just a reminder, please, could all encouragement riders have a helmet on? You will be checked at the camp gate. And if you don't have a helmet on, you will not be able to compete. And 5, Christy MacArthur with Tricrossy Opal. Just a reminder, please, could all encouragement riders have a helmet on? You will be checked at the camp gate. And if you don't have a helmet on, you will not be able to compete. And 5, Christy MacArthur with Tricrossy Opal. Just a reminder, please, could all encouragement riders have a helmet on? You will be checked at the camp gate. And if you don't have a helmet on, you will not be able to compete. And 5, Christy MacArthur with Tricrossy Opal. Just a reminder, please, could all encouragement riders have a helmet on? You will be checked at the camp gate. And if you don't have a helmet on, you will not be able to compete. And 5, Christy MacArthur with Tricrossy Opal. Just a reminder, please, could all encouragement riders have a helmet on? You will be checked at the camp gate. And if you don't have a helmet on, you will not be able to compete. Okay, our first competitor, Lauren Schwartz, is now out on course. Unfortunately, oh no, she's going to keep riding. Bad luck there, Lauren. Okay, thank you. Competitor Lauren Schwartz is now out on course. That's a 20 from both judges there, Lauren. Unfortunately, 20. Oh no, she's going to keep riding. Bad luck there, Lauren. Thank you. All right, all eyes will now be on competitor 2, Alan Kedsley and Batgirl. Following Alan will be 3, Lockie Argue and Slim Shady. Matthew Webber and Smart Duck, please stand by. All right, all eyes will now be on competitor 2, Alan Kedsley and Batgirl. Following Alan will be 3, Lockie Argue and Slim Shady. Matthew Webber and Smart Duck, please stand by. All right, all eyes will now be on competitor 2, Alan Kedsley and Batgirl. Again, a massive thank you to Landenberger Pastoral Co. for the donation of their cattle for the Infinity Incentive. As you know, without these great cattle, we can't run a camp draft. So again, a massive thank you to Landenberger Pastoral Co. Landenberger Pastoral Co. for the donation of their cattle for the Infinity Incentive. As you know, without these great cattle, we can't run a camp draft. So again, a massive thank you to Landenberger Pastoral Co. Landenberger Pastoral Co. for the donation of their cattle for the Infinity Incentive. As you know, without these great cattle, we can't run a camp draft. So again, a massive thank you to Landenberger Pastoral Co. Landenberger Pastoral Co. for the donation of their cattle for the Infinity Incentive. As you know, without these great cattle, we can't run a camp draft. So again, a massive thank you to Landenberger Pastoral Co. Landenberger Pastoral Co. for the donation. That's a 21 from Judge 1 and an 18 from Judge 2 for 19.5. That's a 21 in camp now. Turn to competitor 3, Lockie Argue with Slim Shady. Following Lockie, we'll have 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. 5, Christy MacArthur and Crosby Opal. And 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. In camp now, turn to competitor 3, Lockie Argue with Slim Shady. Following Lockie, we'll have 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. 5, Christy MacArthur and Crosby Opal. And 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. In camp now, turn to competitor 3, Lockie Argue with Slim Shady. Following Lockie, we'll have 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. 5, Christy MacArthur and Crosby Opal. And 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. In camp now, turn to competitor 3, Lockie Argue with Slim Shady. Following Lockie, we'll have 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. 5, Christy MacArthur and Crosby Opal. And 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. In camp now, turn to competitor 3, Lockie Argue with Slim Shady. Following Lockie, we'll have 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. 5, Christy MacArthur. Alrighty, out on course is competitor 3, Lockie Argue and Slim Shady, just coming around the first beef trans peg now. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. Following Matthew will be Christy MacArthur and Crosby Opal. Competitor 3, Lockie Argue and Slim Shady, just coming around the first beef trans peg now. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. Following Matthew will be Christy MacArthur and Crosby Opal. Lining it up and straight through the middle. Have a score coming to hand shortly. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. Following Matthew will be Christy MacArthur and Crosby Opal. Lining it up and straight through the middle. Have a score coming to hand shortly. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 4, Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. Following Matthew will be Christy MacArthur and Crosby. Okay, Judge 1 was a 19, a 60 and a 4. Judge 2, an 18, a 62 and a 4 for a total of 83.5. Competitor 4, Matthew Webber, is now just bringing one up to the front in the camp. Christy MacArthur, you'll be in next. William Ellum and Shameless No More, please stand by. 83.5. Competitor 4, Matthew Webber, is now just bringing one up to the front in the camp. Christy MacArthur, you'll be in next. William Ellum and Shameless No More, please stand by. 83.5. Competitor 4, Matthew Webber, is now just bringing one up to the front in the camp. Christy MacArthur, you'll be in next. William Ellum and Shameless No More, please stand by. 83.5. Competitor 4, Matthew Webber, is now just bringing one up to the front in the camp. Christy MacArthur, you'll be in next. William Ellum and Shameless No More. Thanks, Matthew. That's a 19 from Judge 1 and a 19 from Judge 2. Total of 19 for Matthew Webber and Smart Duck. In camp, we'll turn to Christy MacArthur and Crosby Opal. Following Christy, we'll have competitor 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. 7, Alan Sinclair and Sterling. 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. 9, Charlene Dixon, Kata Royal Xanadu. 10, Laurie Argue and Jill Rooster. 11 will be Darcy Argue with G-Dub Whisperer. 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. 9, Charlene Dixon, Kata Royal Xanadu. 10, Laurie Argue and Jill Rooster. 11 will be Darcy Argue with G-Dub Whisperer. 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. 9, Charlene Dixon, Kata Royal Xanadu. 10, Laurie Argue and Jill Rooster. 11 will be Darcy Argue with G-Dub Whisperer. 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. 9, Charlene Dixon, Kata Royal Xanadu. 10, Laurie Argue and Jill Rooster. 11 will be Darcy Argue with G-Dub Whisperer. 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. 9, Charlene Dixon, Kata Royal Xanadu. If you'd like to do a bit of shopping this weekend, we have a number of trade stalls on site. We have Morrow Made Saddles, Gainey Saddle Co., Elevate 98, which is today only, selling leather, silver, pearl and stone jewellery, and all designed in Armidale. So if you're after some flash jewellery, please go over and see Elevate 980, today only. 98, which is today only, selling leather, silver, pearl and stone jewellery, and all designed in Armidale. So if you're after some flash jewellery, please go over and see Christy, just cut a bit short there. Today only. 98, which is today only. A 14 from Judge 1 and a 15 from Judge 2 for a 14.5. So if you're after some flash in camp now will be number 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. Alan Sinclair and Sterling, you'll be in next, followed by 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. Judge 2 for a 14.5. In camp now will be number 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. Alan Sinclair and Sterling, you'll be in next, followed by 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. Judge 2 for 14.5. In camp now will be number 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. Alan Sinclair and Sterling, you'll be in next, followed by 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. Judge 2 for 14.5. In camp now will be number 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. Alan Sinclair and Sterling, you'll be in next, followed by 8, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. Judge 2 for 14.5. In camp now will be number 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. Alan Sinclair and Sterling, you'll be in next, followed by 8, Bruce Birch. Okay, William Ellum and Shameless No More are now out on course. In camp now will be number 6, William Ellum and Shameless No More. Alan Sinclair and Sterling, you'll be in next, followed by 8, Bruce Birch. Okay, William Ellum and Shameless No More are now out on course. Okay, thanks, William. That's a 20 from Judge 1 and a 21 from Judge 2 for a total of 20 and a half. And Shameless No More are now out in camp will be competitor 7, Alan Sinclair and Sterling. Next in will be 8, Bruce Birch, Illawong Jake. 9, Charlene Dixon, Kata Royal Xanadu. 10, Laurie Argue, Jill Rooster. 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer. 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail. 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. And 14, Dean Clark with Oaks Chicks. 10, Laurie Argue, Jill Rooster. 11 Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12 Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, 13 Carl Green and J-Lo, and 14 Dean Clark with Oaks Chicks. 10 Laurie Argue, Dual Rooster, 11 Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12 Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, 13 Carl Green and J-Lo, and 14 Dean Clark with Oaks Chicks. 10 Laurie Argue, Dual Rooster, 11 Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12 Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, 13 Carl Green and J-Lo, and 14 Dean Clark with Oaks Chicks. 10 Laurie Argue, Dual Rooster, 11 Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12 Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, 13 Carl Green and J-Lo, and 14 Dean Clark with Oaks Chicks. 10 Laurie Argue, Dual Rooster, 11 Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12 Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail. You're currently watching Competitor 7, Alan Sinclair, in the Infinity Incentive Camp Draft for horses 6 years and over, purchased through the Epic Horse Sale in previous years. He's got one at the front and he'll be calling for his gate soon. Currently watching Competitor 7, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. You'll be in next. Charlene Dixon and Cater Royal Xanadu. Please stand by. Epic Horse Sale in previous years. He's got one at the front and he'll be calling for his gate soon. Currently watching Competitor 7, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. You'll be in next. Charlene Dixon and Cater Royal Xanadu. Please stand by. Epic Horse Sale in previous years. He's got one at the front and he'll be calling for his gate soon. Currently watching Competitor 7, Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. You'll be in next. Charlene Dixon and Cater Royal Xanadu. Please stand by. Epic Horse Sale in previous years. He's got one at the front and he'll be calling for his gate soon. Lined up and straight through the middle. Quality steer there from Landenberg Pastoral Co. Thank you, Alan. We'll have a score coming to hand in a moment. Bruce Birch, you'll be in camp now with Illawong Jake. Lined up and straight through the middle. Quality steer there from Landenberg Pastoral Co. Thank you, Alan. We'll have a score coming to hand in a moment. Bruce Birch, you'll be in camp now with Illawong Jake. Lined up and straight through the middle. Quality steer there. Okay, Judge 1 was a 62, a 22, a 62 and a 4. And the same with Judge 2, so that's a total of 88 there. Lined up and straight through the middle. Quality steer there. Okay, Judge 1 was a 62, a 22, a 62 and a 4. And the same with Judge 2, so that's a total of 88 there. Lined up and straight through the middle. Quality steer there. Okay, Judge 1 was a 62, a 22, a 62 and a 4. And the same with currently watching hard-working Epic Committee member Bruce Birch on Illawong Jake. Following Bruce, we'll have 9, Charlene Dixon and Cater Royal Xanadu, 10, Laurie Argue and Dual Rooster, and 11, Darcy Argue with G-Dub Whisperer. Bruce Birch on Illawong Jake. Following Bruce, we'll have 9, Charlene Dixon and Cater Royal Xanadu, 10, Laurie Argue and Dual Rooster, and 11, Darcy Argue with G-Dub Whisperer. Bruce Birch on Illawong Jake. Following Bruce, we'll have 9, Charlene Dixon and Cater Royal Xanadu, 10, Laurie Argue and Dual Rooster, and 11, Darcy Argue with G-Dub Whisperer. Bruce Birch on Illawong Jake. Following Bruce, we'll have 9, Charlene Dixon and Cater Royal Xanadu, 10, Laurie Argue and Dual Rooster, and 11, Darcy Argue with G-Dub Whisperer. Bruce Birch on Illawong Jake. Okay, that's a 17 from Judge 1 and a 16 from Judge 2 for a 17.5 there for Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. In camp now, all eyes will be on competitor 9, Charlene Dixon and Cater Royal Xanadu. Following Charlene, we'll turn to competitor 10, Laurie Argue and Dual Rooster. 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer. 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail. 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tell 'em I'm Hot. And 17, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tell 'em I'm Hot. And 17, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tell 'em I'm Hot. And 17, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tell 'em I'm Hot. And 17, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tell 'em I'm Hot. And 17, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. 16 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tellerman Hot, and 17 Troy Yarnold, and one more gift. 13 Carl Green and J-Lo, 14 Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks, 15 is a scratching, 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tellerman Hot, and 17 Troy Yarnold, and one more gift. 13 Carl Green and J-Lo, 14 Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks, 15 is a scratching, 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tellerman Hot, and 17 Troy Yarnold, and one more gift. Thank you, Charlene. That's a 20 from Judge 1 and a 20 from Judge 2. Total of 20 points there for Charlene Dixon and Kate Royal Xanadu. In camp now, we'll have competitor 10, Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. Following Laurie will be 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, and 13, Carl Green with J-Lo. In camp now, we'll have competitor 10, Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. Following Laurie will be 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, and 13, Carl Green with J-Lo. In camp now, we'll have competitor 10, Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. Following Laurie will be 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, and 13, Carl Green with J-Lo. In camp now, we'll have competitor 10, Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. Following Laurie will be 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, and 13, Carl Green with J-Lo. In camp now, we'll have competitor 10, Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. Following Laurie will be 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, and 13, Carl Green with J-Lo. In camp now, we'll have competitor 10, Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. Following Laurie will be 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer, 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail, and 13, Carl Green with J-Lo. In camp now, we'll have competitor 10, Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. Following Laurie will be 11, Darcy Argue, G-Dub Whisperer. Out on course now, you're watching competitor 10, Laurie Argue with Jewel Rooster. In camp now will be 11, B Pinkston and G-Dub Whisperer. That's a 20 from both judges there. A total of 20 for Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. In camp now will be 11, B Pinkston and G-Dub Whisperer. That's a 20 from both judges there. A total of 20 for Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. In camp now will be 11, B Pinkston and G-Dub Whisperer. That's a 20 from both judges there. A total of 20 for Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. In camp now will be 11, B Pinkston and G-Dub Whisperer. That's a 20 from both judges there. A total of 20 for Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. In camp now will be 11, B Pinkston and G-Dub Whisperer. That's a 20 from both judges there. A total of 20 for Laurie Argue and Jewel Rooster. In camp now will be 11, B Pinkston and G-Dub Whisperer. Okay, Mr. Pinkston calls for his gate and he's now out with G-Dub Whisperer. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail. 13 will be Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. And he's now 16, Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tellerman Hot. 17, Troy Yarnold, one more gift. 18, Chloe Thomas, Spinnercat. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. And he's now 16, Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tellerman Hot. 17, Troy Yarnold, one more gift. 18, Chloe Thomas, Spinnercat. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching. And he's now 16, Mitchell Hoy, Illawong Tellerman Hot. 17, Troy Yarnold, one more gift. 18, Chloe Thomas, Spinnercat. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. Thank you. We'll have a score coming in hand in a moment. 17, Troy Yarnold, one more gift. 18, Chloe Thomas, Spinnercat. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. Thank you. We'll have a score coming in hand in a moment. 17, Troy Yarnold, one more gift. 18, Chloe Thomas, Spinnercat. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. Thank you. We'll have a score coming in hand in a moment. Okay, Judge 1 was a 19, a 55 and a 3. Judge 2, a 19, 57 and a 3 for a total of 78 points there for G-Dub Whisperer. We'll now turn to competitor 12, Ben Thompson and Roadlaw Fantail. 13 will be Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks, 78 points there for G-Dub Whisperer. We'll now turn to competitor 12, Ben Thompson and Road Law Fantail. 13 will be Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks, 78 points there for G-Dub Whisperer. We'll now turn to competitor 12, Ben Thompson and Road Law Fantail. 13 will be Carl Green and J-Lo. 14, Dean Clark, Oaks. Unfortunately, just cut a bit short there of the beef train first peg. We had a 21 from Judge 1 and a 22 from Judge 2, so a 21.5. Unfortunately, Camp will turn to competitor 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. Following Carl will be 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching, 16, Mitch Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. Unfortunately, Camp will turn to competitor 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. Following Carl will be 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching, 16, Mitch Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. Unfortunately, Camp will turn to competitor 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. Following Carl will be 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching, 16, Mitch Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. Unfortunately, Camp will turn to competitor 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. Following Carl will be 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching, 16, Mitch Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. Unfortunately, Camp will turn to competitor 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. Following Carl will be 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching, 16, Mitch Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. Unfortunately, Camp will turn to competitor 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. Following Carl will be 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching, 16, Mitch Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. Unfortunately, Camp will turn to competitor 13, Carl Green and J-Lo. Following Carl will be 14, Dean Clark, Oaks Chicks. 15 is a scratching, 16, Mitch Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. Out on course now, watching competitor 13, Carl Green in the Infinity Incentive for horses 6 years and over, purchased through the Epic Campdraft in previous years. Looking like a bit of hard work out there. Out on course now, watching competitor 13, Carl Green in the Infinity Incentive. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 14, Dean Clark and Oaks Chick. Epic Campdraft. After Dean, we'll have a scratching and then move on to 16, Mitchell Hoy, Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot, and 17, Troy Yarnold with one more gift. Carl Green in camp, we'll turn to competitor 14, there. Clark and Oaks Chick. Epic Campdraft. After Dean, we'll have a scratching and then move on to 16, Mitchell Hoy, Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot, and 17, Troy Yarnold with one more gift. Carl Green in camp, we'll turn to that 14 there. Clark and Oaks Chick. Epic Campdraft. After Dean, we'll have a scratching and then move on to 16, Mitchell Hoy. Okay, Judge 1, 23, 58 and a 3, and Judge 2, 21, 61 and a 3. Time there. Clark and Oaks Chick. Epic Campdraft. After Dean, we'll have a scratching and then move on to 16. That's an 84 and a half there for Carl Green and J-Lo. 58 and a 3, and Judge 2, 21, 61 and a 3. Time there. Clark and Oaks Chick. Epic Campdraft. After Dean, we'll have a scratching and then move on to 16. That's an 84 and a half there for Carl Green and J-Lo. 58 and a 3, and Judge 2, 21, 61 and a 3. That's an 84 and a half there for Carl Green and J-Lo. 58 and a 3. Okay, Dean Clark is now out on course, which is competitor 14. We do have a scratching after Dean, 15, so we'll need to take a beast out of the yard, please. 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. 17, Troy Yarnold and one more gift, and 18, Chloe Thomas with Spinner Cat. After Dean, 15, so we'll need to take a beast out of the yard, that's a 15 and a 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, 15 and a half. Tell 'em I'm hot. 17, Troy Yarnold and one more gift, and 18, Chloe Thomas with Spinner Cat. After Dean, 15, so we'll need to take a beast out of the yard, that's a 15 and a 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, 15 and a half. Tell 'em I'm hot. 17, Troy Yarnold and one more gift, and 18, Chloe Thomas with Spinner Cat. After Dean, 15, so we'll need to take a beast out of the yard, that's a 15 and a 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, 15 and a half. Tell 'em I'm hot. 17, Troy Yarnold and one more gift, and 18, Chloe Thomas with Spinner Cat. After Dean, 15, so we'll need to take a beast out of the yard, that's a 15 and a 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, 15 and a half. Tell 'em I'm hot. 17, Troy Yarnold and one more gift, and 18, Chloe Thomas with Spinner Cat. After Dean, 15, so we'll need to take a beast out of the yard, that's a 15 and a 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, 15 and a half. Tell 'em I'm hot. 17, Troy Yarnold and one more gift, and 18, Chloe Thomas with Spinner Cat. After Dean, 15, so we'll need to take a beast out of the yard, that's a 15 and a 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, 15 and a half. Tell 'em I'm hot. 17, Troy Yarnold and one more gift, and 18, Chloe Thomas with Spinner Cat. Okay, we've tidied up the camp, and competitor 16, Mitch Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm hot. You'll be in now. 17, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. You'll be in next, followed by 18, Chloe Thomas and Spinner Cat. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. 20, Andrew Burns and Special Time. We'll get a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. And 22 will be Brenton Allport and Remix Geenie. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. 20, Andrew Burns and Special Time. We'll get a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. And 22 will be Brenton Allport and Remix Geenie. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. 20, Andrew Burns and Special Time. We'll get a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. And 22 will be Brenton Allport and Remix Geenie. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. 20, Andrew Burns and Special Time. We'll get a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. And 22 will be Brenton Allport and Remix Geenie. 19, Denny Farley and Chad. 20, Andrew Burns and Special Time. We'll get a fresh yard. Around his second peg and heading toward the gate is competitor 16, Mitchell Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm Hot. And that will be a full course there. In camp will be Troy Yarnold and One More Gift. Just around his second peg and heading toward the gate is competitor 16, Mitchell Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm Hot. Judge 1, 22, 62 and a 4. Judge 2, 22, 62 and a 4 for a total of 88. Heading toward the gate is competitor 16, Mitchell Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm Hot. Judge 1, 22, 62 and a 4. Judge 2, 22, 62 and a 4 for a total of 88. Heading toward the gate is competitor 16, Mitchell Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm Hot. Judge 1, 22, 62 and a 4. Judge 2, 22, 62 and a 4 for a total of 88. Heading toward the gate is competitor 16, Mitchell Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm Hot. Judge 1, 22, 62 and a 4. Judge 2, 22, 62 and a 4 for a total of 88. Heading toward the gate is competitor 16, Mitchell Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm Hot. Judge 1, 22, 62 and a 4. Judge 2, 22, 62 and a 4 for a total of 88. Heading towards the gate is competitor 16, Mitchell Hoy and Illawong, Tell 'em I'm Hot. Judge 1, 22, 62 and a 4. Okay, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift are out on course now. We'll now put our eyes on Chloe Thomas and Spinner Cat in camp. 19 will be Denny Farley and Chad, and 20 Andrew Burns and Special Times. Okay, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift are out on course now. We'll now put our eyes on Chloe Thomas and Spinner Cat in camp. 19 will be Denny Farley and Chad, and 20 Andrew Burns and Special Times. Okay, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift are out on course now. We'll now put our eyes on just around the outside of our Graz Ag peg. We'll have a score coming to hand in a moment. 20 Andrew Burns and Special Times. Okay, Troy Yarnold and One More Gift are out on course now. We'll now put our eyes just around the outside of our Graz Ag peg. We'll have a score coming to hand in a moment. Okay, Judge 1 at 21, 60 and 3, and a 22, 60 and 3 for an 84.5. In camp now, turn to competitor 18, Chloe Thomas and Spinner Cat. Following Chloe, we'll have 19, Denny Farley and Chad, 20, Andrew Burns, Special Times. I have a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Kadzau and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. I have a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Kadzau and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. I have a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Kadzau and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. I have a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Kadzau and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. I have a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Kadzau and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. I have a fresh yard at 21 for Charlie Chevali. Thanks, Chloe. That's a 20 from Judge 1 and a 20 from Judge 2. Total of 20 there for Chloe Thomas and Spinner Cat. We'll now turn to 19, Denny Farley and Chad. Following Denny, we'll have 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. 21, we'll do a fresh yard, Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Kadzau and Zip Tie. Denny Farley and Chad. Following Denny, we'll have 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. 21, we'll do a fresh yard, Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Kadzau and Zip Tie. Following Denny, we'll have 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. 21, we'll do a fresh fresh yard, Charlie Chevalier and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Orport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Cadzo and Zip Tie. Farley and Chad. Following Denny, we'll have 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. 21, we'll do a fresh yard, Charlie Chevalier and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Orport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Cadzo and Zip Tie. Farley and Chad. Following Denny, we'll have 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. 21, we'll do a fresh yard, Charlie Chevalier and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Orport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Cadzo and Zip Tie. Following Denny, we'll have 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. 21, we'll do a fresh yard, Charlie Chevalier and Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Orport, Remix Genie. 23, Stephen Cadzo and Zip Tie. Out on course, we're watching competitor 19, Denny Farley in the Infinity Incentive. In camp next will be 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. Lines it up and straight through the middle. Out on course, we're watching competitor 19, Denny Farley in the Infinity Incentive. In camp next will be 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. Lines it up and straight through the middle. Out on course, we're watching competitor 19, Denny Farley in the Infinity. Judge 1, 21, 62 and a 4. Judge 2, 21, 62 and a 4 for a total of 87 there for Denny Farley and Chad. In camp will be competitor 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. 21 will be Charlie Chevalier and Mr. Review. We'll also have a fresh yard there. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. And 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. Competitor 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. 21 will be Charlie Chevalier and Mr. Review. We'll also have a fresh yard there. 22, Brenton Allport, Remix Genie. And 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. Competitor 20, Andrew Burns and Special Times. Just take the opportunity to thank Braden and Emily from Gainey Saddle Co., supplying bridles for the winner of the Benalla Gelding Incentive and the high-scoring lady rider in the Open Campdraft this weekend. They do have a trade stall here, so if you're after any saddlery, please head over to the Gainey Saddlery Co. tent and go and see Braden and Emily. Of the Benalla Gelding Incentive and the high-scoring lady rider in the Open Campdraft this weekend. They do have a trade stall here, so if you're after any saddlery, please head over to the Gainey Saddlery Co. tent and go and see Braden and Emily. Of the Benalla Gelding Incentive and the high-scoring lady rider in the Thanks, Andrew. That's a 20 and a 21 for a total of 20.5. Please head over to the Gainey Saddlery Co. tent. All right, we'll be whacking in a fresh yard now, and we'll move into 21, Charlie Chevalier and Mr. Review. 22 will be Brenton Allport and Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. 24, Lucky Argue and Digger. Please stand by. Into 21, Charlie Chevalier and Mr. Review. 22 will be Brenton Allport and Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. 24, Lucky Argue and Digger. Please stand by. Just a reminder for all those in the Open, all completed outside scores will be back into the second round of the Open. We will send out draws later, but just a reminder to all competitors in the second round of the Open, if you had an outside score, all those in the completed outside score, you'll be back into the second round of the Open. We will send out draws later, but just a reminder to all competitors in the second round of the Open, if you had an outside score, all those completed outside score, you'll be back into the second round of the Open. We will send out draws later, but just a reminder to all competitors in the second round of the Open, if you had an outside score, all those completed outside score, you'll be back into the second round of the Open. We will send out draws later, but just a reminder to all competitors in the second round of the Open, if you had an outside score, all those completed outside score, you'll be back into the second round of the Open. We will send out draws later, but just a reminder to all competitors in the second round of the Open, if you had an outside score, all those completed outside score, you'll be back into the second round of the Open. We will send out draws later, but just a reminder to all competitors in the second round of the Open, if you had an outside score, all those completed outside score, you'll be back into the second round of the Open. We will send out draws later, but just a reminder to all competitors in the second round of the Open, if you had an outside score, all those completed outside score, you'll be back into the second round of the Open. We will send out draws later, but just a reminder to all competitors in the second round of the Open, if you had an outside score, all those completed outside score, you'll be back into the second round of the Open. Just have Wally Ray in settling the lovely cattle donated by Landenberger Pastoral Co. for this Infinity Incentive Camp Draft. We'll soon move on to competitor 21, Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. Following Charlie, we'll have 22, Brenton Allport and Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. And 26 will be Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highbands. And Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. And 26 will be Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highbands. And Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. And 26 will be Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highbands. And Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. And 26 will be Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highbands. And Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. And 26 will be Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highbands. And Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. Okay, we now have competitor 21, Charlie Chevali in camp with Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport and Remix Genie. Please stand by. Okay, we now have competitor 21, Charlie Chevali in camp with Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport and Remix Genie. Please stand by. Okay, we now have competitor 21, Charlie Chevali in camp with Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport and Remix Genie. Please stand by. Okay, we now have competitor 21, Charlie Chevali in camp with Mr. Review. 22, Brenton Allport and Remix. Massive thank you to our event partner, Grazag, and our platinum sponsors, Maloney Livestock Transport, Owen Farming, Tullantalla Beef and Beef Trans. Our gold sponsors, Burton Saddlery, Massive thank you to our event partner, Manildra Group, Northern Tableland Earth Moving, and New England Toyota, along with Riverina Stock Feed. Tullantalla Beef and Beef Trans. Our gold sponsors. You're currently watching the Infinity Incentive Camp Draft for horses purchased through the sale 6 years and over. Along with out on course, we have competitor 21, Charlie Chevali and Mr. Review. You're currently watching the Infinity. That's a 21 there, Charlie. 21 only. 6 years and over. In camp will be competitor 22, Brenton Allport and Remix Genie. 23, Ben Rossiter and Zip Tie. 24, Lockie Argue and Digger. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. 26, Lachlan Maxwell, Harry Highpants. 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. And 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dolls. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. 26, Lachlan Maxwell, Harry Highpants. 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. And 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dolls. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. 26, Lachlan Maxwell, Harry Highpants. 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. And 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dolls. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. 26, Lachlan Maxwell, Harry Highpants. 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. And 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dolls. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. 26, Lachlan Maxwell, Harry Highpants. 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. And 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dolls. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. 26, Lachlan Maxwell, Harry Highpants. 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. And 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dolls. 25, Blake Rossiter and 5 Day. 26. Out on course, you're watching competitor 26, Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highpants. In camp now will be 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. 29 will be Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 is a scratching. 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. Please stand by. That's time. Okay, Judge 1 was a 19, 58 and a 4. Judge 2, 19, 60 and 4. Total of 82 there for Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highpants. Now turn to competitor 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. You'll be in next. Robert Fuller and Fancy. 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. 29 will be Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 is a scratching. 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. Please stand by. That's time. If you'd like to be in with a chance for next year's incentives, at the completion of the camp drafting today, we will be running the pre-works for the sale tomorrow. So if you'd like to have a crack at the incentives for the Infinity or the Epic for next year, please come over and have a look at the quality horses we'll be putting through the ring tomorrow. That'll be after the camp drafting finishes this afternoon. Okay, Judge 1 was a 19, 58 and a 4. Judge 2, 19, 60 and 4. Total of 82 there for Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highpants. Now turn to competitor 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. You'll be in next. Robert Fuller and Fancy. 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. 29 will be Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 is a scratching. 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. Please stand by. Unfortunately, just cut a bit short there of the beef trans first peg. We have a 15 and a 14 for a total of 14.5 there for Robert Fuller and Fancy. In camp now, we'll have all eyes on Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. In next will be 29, Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 is a scratching. 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. 32, Sam Greenup. 33, Brett Ellum. And 34, Lucy Metcalf. Drafting today, we will be running the pre-works for the sale tomorrow. So if you'd like to have a crack at the incentives for the Infinity or the Epic for next year, please come over and have a look at the quality horses we'll be putting through the ring tomorrow. That'll be after the camp drafting finishes this afternoon. Okay, Judge 1 was a 19, 58 and a 4. Judge 2, 19, 60 and 4. Total of 82 there for Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highpants. Now turn to competitor 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. You'll be in next. Robert Fuller and Fancy. 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. 29 will be Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 is a scratching. 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. Please stand by. Unfortunately, just cut a bit short there of the beef trans first peg. We have a 15 and a 14 for a total of 14.5 there for Robert Fuller and Fancy. In camp now, we'll have all eyes on Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. In next will be 29, Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 is a scratching. 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. 29, Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 is a scratching. 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. Please stand by. We will be running the pre-works for the sale tomorrow. So if you'd like to have a crack at the incentives for the Infinity or the Epic for next year, please come over and have a look at the quality horses we'll be putting through the ring tomorrow. That'll be after the camp drafting finishes this afternoon. Okay, Judge 1 was a 19, 58 and a 4. Judge 2, 19, 60 and 4. Total of 82 there for Lachlan Maxwell and Harry Highpants. Now turn to competitor 27, Robert Fuller and Fancy. Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. You'll be in next. Robert Fuller and Fancy. 28, Jack Gallagher and Lucky and Dulce. 29 will be Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 is a scratching. 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. Please stand by. Unfortunately, just cut a bit short there of the beef trans. All right, it's about that time of day where a cold beverage wouldn't go amiss. The bar is open. Not only are they selling fresh drinks, they're selling catalogues, stubby coolers and caps. So if you're chasing one of the following, head over to the bar. They are open now for cold drinks, catalogues, stubby coolers and caps. Currently watching competitor 29, Dan Maloney and Scaredy Cat. 30 was a scratching. So we'll move into 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. 32, Sam Greenup and Electric Chikasha. So very close. Thank you, Dan. Judge 1 gave you a 21, 58 and a 3. Judge 2, 22, 59 and a 3 for a total of 83 points. 30 was a scratching, so moving into 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. 32, Sam Greenup. 33, Brett Ellum. 34, Lucy Metcalf. 35, Lockie Argue. 36, Mitchell Hoy. Out on course, we're watching 31, Paulo Turner and Charm. In camp now, turn to 32, Sam Greenup and Electric Chikasha. 33, Brett Ellum and Another Piece. And 34, Lucy Metcalf and El Chapo. Thanks, Paul. You're right out with an 18.5. Thanks, Sam. That's a 22 there. 22 for Sam Greenup and Electric Chikasha. 33 will be in camp now, Brett Ellum and Another Piece. 34, Lucy Metcalf, El Chapo. 35, Lockie Argue and Troy. 36, Mitch Hoy and CSH Smart Times. 37, Brenton Allport, Bonnie Doon Marie. 38, Matt Durkin and Tass's Quick Draw. Thank you, Brett. That's a 21 from Judge 1, a 22 from Judge 2 for a total of 21.5. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 34, Lucy Metcalf and El Chapo. 35, Lockie Argue and Troy. You'll be in next. Mitch Hoy and SCH Smart Times. Please stand by. Competitor 34, Lucy Metcalf and El Chapo are in camp now. Lockie Argue and Troy, you'll be in next, followed by 36, Mitchell Hoy, CSH Smart Times, 37, Brenton Allport, Bonnie Doon Marie, 38, Matt Durkin, Tass's Quick Draw, 39, Jackson Noon and Spin and Metal, and 40 will be Kerrod Williamson and Kylandra Athena. Thanks, Lucy. That's a 19 from Judge 1 and 18 from Judge 2 for an 18.5. In camp will be competitor 35, Lockie Argue and Troy. Following Lockie, we'll have 36, Mitchell Hoy, SCH Smart Times. 37, Brenton Allport, Bonnie Doon Marie. 38, Matt Durkin and Tass's Quick Draw. And 39, Jackson Noon and Spin and Metal. Thanks, Lockie. You have a score coming in hand in a moment for you and Troy. Mitchell Hoy and SCH Smart Times. You'll be in camp now, followed by 37, Brenton Allport and Bonnie Doon Marie. Okay, Lockie, 21, 61 and 4 from Judge 1, 22, 62 and 4 from Judge 2 for a total of 87 points. Mitch Hoy, you'll be in camp now. 37, Brenton Allport, Bonnie Doon Marie, you'll be in next, followed by 38, Matt Durkin and Tass's Quick Draw. 39, Jackson Noon and Spin and Metal. 40, Kerrod Williamson, Kylandra Athena. 41 will be a Fresh Yard and Dallas Kirkman with Jewel Butterfly. Thanks, Mitch. That's a 23 from Judge 1 and a 22 from Judge 2 for a total of 22.5. All eyes will now be on competitor 37, Brenton Allport with Bonnie Doon Marie. 38, Matt Durkin, Tass's Quick Draw, you'll be in next, followed by 39, Jackson Noon, Spin and Metal. 40, Kerrod Williamson and Kylandra Athena. You're currently watching the Infinity Incentive, 6 years and over, for sale horses purchased through the Epic in previous years. Out on course, we have Brenton Allport and Bonnie Doon Marie. That's time. Thank you, Brenton. All right, Brenton, Judge 1 gave you a 21.54 and a 3. Judge 2, 21.55 and a 3 for a total of 78.5. In camp now, turn to competitor 38, Matt Durkin and Tass's quick draw. Following Matt, we'll have Jackson Noon and Spin and Medal. 40 will be Kerrod Williamson and Kylandra Athena. 41 will be Dallas Kirkman and Jewel Butterfly. 42, Matthew Webber and Bing. 43, Darcy Argue and Crofton Fancy. 44, William Ellum and Roadlaw Signifi. Thanks, Matt. That's a total of 22. Jackson Noon and Spin and Medal, you'll be in camp now. 40, Kerrod Williamson and Kylandra Athena, you'll be in next. 41, we'll do a fresh yard for Dallas Kirkman and Jewel Butterfly. 42, Matthew Webber and Bing, please stand by. Currently watching competitor 39 in the Infinity Incentive, Jackson Noon and Spin and Medal. In camp will be 40, Kerrod Williamson and Kylandra Athena, Dallas Kirkman and Jewel Butterfly, you'll be in next. Straight through the middle there. Okay, Judge 1 gave a 20, 61 and a 4. Judge 2, 21, 62 and a 4 for a total of 86 there for Jackson Noon and Spin and Medal. In camp now, be competitor 40, Kerrod Williamson and Kylandra Athena. We'll then have a fresh yard for Dallas Kirkman and Jewel Butterfly. 42, Matthew Webber and Bing. 43, Darcy Argue, Crofton Fancy. 44, William Ellum and Roadlaw Signify. 45 is a scratching. 46, Greg Clayton and Luke. Thanks, Kerrod. That's 21 there. 21 only. All right, we'll just get a fresh yard and then we'll move on to 41. Dallas Kirkman and Jewel Butterfly. Matthew Webber and Bing, please stand by. If you're after some epic merchandise or you'd like to peruse the catalogue for your next incentive horse, please head over to the bar. They are open, also selling cold beer and other drinks, catalogues, stubby coolers and caps. So if you're after some merchandise or a beer, please head over to the bar. They are open. A massive thank you to our judges, Wally Ray and Cody Law, and also to our cattle donors, Landenberger Pastoral Co., for the loan of these beautiful cattle for the Infinity incentive. Take this opportunity to thank Leah and John Burton from Burton's Saddlery, your local saddlery store. They have proudly sponsored all the cutout prizes for this weekend. They're delighted to be a part of this wonderful event. So for all your equestrian supplies, check out their stand here this weekend at the Exhibition Centre, stocked with all your clothing and saddlery needs. That's Burton Saddleries. Head over and see Lee and John Burton. We'll now move on to competitor 41, Dallas Kirkman and Jewel Butterfly. Following Dallas, we have 42, Matthew Webber and Bing. 43, Darcy Argue and Crofton Fancy. 44, William Ellum and Roadlaw Signify. 45 is the Scratching. 46, Greg Clayton and Luke. And 47, Jack Gallagher with a Claire. All right, out on course, we have competitor 41, Dallas Kirkman and Jewel Butterfly. In camp will be 42, Matthew Webber and Bing. 43, Darcy Argue and Crofton Fancy. That's a 19 there, Dallas. 19 only. If you haven't had lunch yet, head over to Ed's Tucker Van. Apparently he serves the best food in New South Wales, so be sure to head on over and try some delicious food from Ed's Tucker Van. Thanks, Matthew. That's a 21 there, 21 only. In camp will be 43, Darcy Argue and Crofton Fancy. 44 will be William Ellum and Road Law Signify. 45 is Scratching. 46, Greg Clayton and Luke. 47, Jack Gallagher, Eclair. 48, Jonathan McDonald, Wild Cow Bodacia. 49, Troy Yarnold and Merlin Playgirl. All right, we've tidied up the camp, and competitor 43 is in camp now. 44, William Ellum and Road Law Signify, you'll be in next. 45 is a Scratching. 46 will be Greg Clayton and Luke. 47, Jack Gallagher and Eclair. Currently watching the Infinity Incentive 6-year and over camp draft for horses that have previously been purchased through the Epic sale. If you're after a chance at either of the incentives drafts, please stick around for the pre-works at the completion of the camp drafting today with the sale on tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Pinkston is now out on course with Crofton Fancy. In camp, we'll turn to 44, William Ellum and Road Law Signify. 45 is a Scratching. 46, Greg Clayton and Luke. Okay, that was a 20 and a 21 for a total of 20.5. Out on course now is competitor 44, William Ellum and Road Law Signify. 45 is a Scratching, so we'll just adjust the camp accordingly. 46, Greg Clayton and Luke. 47, Jack Gallagher and Eclair. 48, Jonathan McDonald and Wild Cow Bodacia. And 49, Troy Yarnold and Merlin Playgirl. Well done there, William. Score coming to hand in a moment. Okay, Judge 1 was a 22, 61 and 4. Judge 2, 22, 62 and 4 for a total of 87.5. 45 is a scratching, so we'll now turn to 46. Greg Clayton and Luke. Following Greg, we'll have Jack Gallagher, Anna Claire, Jonathan McDonald and Wild Cow Bodesha. Please stand by. Just like to say thank you to Stock Live for providing the live stream for the Campdraft pre-works and sale this weekend. Please drop by and talk to the girls if you have any questions about using their platform. With Stock Live being available at a physical sale, it offers vendors a wider range of buyers and therefore a more competitive market. So thank you again to the girls at Stock Live. Greg Clayton is now out on course with the horse he calls Luke. In camp will be 47, Jack Gallagher and Eclair. 48, Jonathan McDonald, Wild Cow Bodesha. 49, Troy Yarnold, Merlin Playgirl. 50, Lockie Argue, Cleaver Tumbleduck. 51, David Kelly and Phoenix. And 52, Roy Duddy and Spin and Play. Thanks, Greg. You go out with a 22.5 there. All right, out on course, we're watching competitor 47, Jack Gallagher and Eclair, just wrapping around the second MLT peg there. In camp, we'll have Jonathan McDonald and Wild Cow Bodesha. 49, Troy Yarnold and Merlin Playgirl. You'll be in next. Thank you, Jack. Judge 1, 22, 58 and 3. Judge 2, 22, 59 and 3. You'll go out with a total of 83.5. Competitor 48 will be in camp now. 49, Troy Yarnold, Merlin Playgirl. You're in next. Followed by 50, Lockie Argue and Cleaver Tumbleduck. 51, David Kelly and Phoenix. 52, Roy Duddy and Spin and Play. 53, Robert Fuller and Reflection. And 54, Damien Bulmer and Darley Acres of Ray. Just coming around his second peg now and working towards the gate is competitor 48, Jonathan McDonald with Wild Cow Bodesha. In camp, we'll have 49, Troy Yarnold and Merlin Playgirl. 50, Lockie Argue and Cleaver Tumbleduck. Please stand by. Thanks, Jonathan. 1961 and 4 and a 2061 and 4 for a total of 84.5. Looking over his cattle now, we'll have Troy Yarnold and Merlin Playgirl. In next will be 50, Lockie Argue, Cleaver Tummel Duck. 51, David Kelly and Phoenix. 52, Roy Duddy and Spin and Play. 53, Robert Fuller, Reflection. 54, Damien Bulmer, Darley Acres of Ray. 55, Ben Thompson, CKJ Marco. 56, Jamie Vidler and Ice Age Half an Acre. Thanks, Troy. It just went to the top side of that MLT peg there. Had a 19 and an 18 for an 18.5. In camp, we'll have competitor 50, Lockie Argue with Cleaver Tummel Duck. After Lockie will be 51, David Kelly and Phoenix, and 52, Roy Duddy and Spin and Play. Thank you, Lockie and Cleaver Tummel Duck. That's a 20, 57 and 3 from both judges. So you guys have a total score of 80. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 51, David Kelly and Phoenix. 52 will be Roy Duddy and Spin and Play. 53, Robert Fuller, Reflection. 54, Holly Thomas and Darley Acres of Ray. 55, Ben Thompson and CKJ Marco. 56, Jamie Vidler, Ice Age Half an Acre. 57, Rachel O'Neill and Pinnacles Chester. 58, Georgina Ellum and Miss Hot Socks. And our final competitor will be 59, Stephen Blackadder and Burrow Boogie Dixie Chick. All right, lining up for the gate is competitor 51, David Kelly and Phoenix. That'll be a completed course there. That's a 20, a 60 and a 4, and a 20, 61 and 4 for a total of 84.5. In camp now, we'll have 52, Roy Duddy and Spin and Play. Robert Fuller and Reflection, please stand by. Just If Lee Sudenham is on ground, could you please come straight to the announcer's box? We'd need to see you as soon as possible, please. That's Lee Sudenham. If you're around, could you please come to the announcer's box? Roy Duddy is now out on course with spin and play. Okay, that's a 21 and a 22 for a 21.5 there, Roy. Competitor 53, Robert Fuller, you'll be in camp now with Reflection. Following Robert, we'll have 54, Holly Thomas and Darley Acres of Ray. 55, Ben Thompson and CKJ Marco. 56, Jamie Vidler and Ice Age Half an Acre. All right, 53, Robert Fuller and Reflection, you're out on course now. In camp, we'll turn to Holly Thomas and Darley Acres of Ray. 55, Ben Thompson and CKJ Marco, you'll be in next. Thank you, Robert. You're right out with a 20 only. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 54, Holly Thomas and Darley Acres of Ray. In next will be 55, Ben Thompson, CKJ Marco. 56, Jamie Vidler, Ice Age Half an Acre. 57, Rachel O'Neill, Pinnacles Chester. 58, Georgia Ellum and Miss Hot Socks. And 59 will be our final competitor, Steve Blackadder and Burrow Boogie Dixie Chick. At the completion of the Infinity Incentive, we will be moving into the second round of the Epic Incentive for those 5 years and under. So if we could please have the Epic Incentive riders ready to go, we'll have a tiny break and then move straight into that at completion of the Infinity Incentive. Right, Holly's picked a quick one and she's lining up for the gate. Oh, nope, went the wrong way. Alrighty. That's a 19 and a 20 for a 19.5. Thanks, Holly. 55, Ben Thompson, you're in camp now with CKJ Marco. 56 will be Jamie Vidler, Ice Age Half an Acre. If you're chasing an incentive horse for next year or just a good all-round horse, we do have our catalogues available over at the bar for purchase. We will be running the pre-works for the sale at the completion of the camp drafting today. So if you're after a new four-legged friend, please head over to the bar and pick up a copy of our catalogue and stay around for the pre-works this afternoon. All right, Ben Thompson straight through the middle with CKJ Marco. Score coming to hand. Alrighty, Judge 1, 21, 63 and 4. Judge 2, 20, 62 and 4 for a total of 87 there for Ben Thompson and CKJ Marco. In camp, we'll turn to competitor 56, Jamie Vidler with Ice Age Half an Acre. 57 will be Rachel O'Neill and Pinnacles Chester. 58, Georgia Ellum and Miss Hot Socks. And our final competitor, 59, Stephen Blackadder with Burra Boogie Dixie Chick. Thanks, Jamie. Unfortunately, no luck on the course out there. That's a 19. In camp, all eyes are on Rachel O'Neill and Pinnacles Chester. Georgia Ellum and Miss Hot Socks, you'll be in next. And our final competitor, Stephen Blackadder, Burra Boogie Dixie Chick, please stand by. Just a note to all Epic incentive riders, we will be moving straight into the Epic at completion of the Infinity. So all those Epic riders, if you could please be ready to ride. Rachel O'Neill is now out on course with Pinnacle Chesters, number 57 in the Infinity Incentive. 58, Georgia Ellum and Miss Hot Socks, you'll be in camp now, followed by 59, Stephen Blackadder and Burra Boogie Dixie Chick. Thank you, Rachel. That's a 21 from both judges, so you go out with the total aggregate of 21. In camp will be 58, Georgia Ellum and Miss Hot Socks. 59, Stephen Blackadder and Burra Boogie Dixie Chick. You'll be in next. Thanks, Georgia. That's a 19 from both judges, total aggregate of 19. Our final competitor, Stephen Blackadder, you'll be in camp now with Burra Boogie Dixie Chick. Then we'll be moving straight into the Epic Incentive for those 5 years and under horses. Holly Thomas, if you're around, could you please come to the announcers box? Holly Thomas, to the announcers box, please. Okay, cancel that, Holly. We don't need to see you. We found your mum instead. Thank you, Stephen. That's a 21 there from both judges, so a total of 21. We'll be moving straight into our Epic Incentive Camp Draft. First out will be Mark McLaughlin, Special Play. Number 2, Lachlan Mack and Cinders. 3, Paulo Turner, Road Law Reaction. 4, Adam Sadler, Belfield Chase. 5, Jackson Noon, Robel's Pippa. 6, Ben Thompson, Keeping My Composure. 7, Carl Green, Shard Family Connor. 8, Bo Coley, Yen Rallick Louise. 9, Brett Kraft and Yeralick I'm Maroon Jimmy. 10, Lachlan Byrne and Tara Val Dunnett. 11, Chris Williamson, Cape Hawk Illusion. And 12 will be Denny Farley with Everly Roxette. If we could please have our Epic Incentive riders ready to go. Be moving straight into that camp draft as soon as we've sorted our yards out.
Have the cattle back from the other side of the arena. If you're out warming your horse up, if you could bring the cattle back from the other side of the arena. Always great to have a wonderful team of announcers at our feature Epic Camp Draft and Sale. And a big thank you to Emma Kavanagh from Monto up in central Queensland, making a lot of camp drafts and obviously a very well-known voice up in that district. And we thank her for her job calling that Infinity Camp Draft. To our 2 judges as well, we'll see them back in the final on Saturday afternoon. Big thank you to Wally Ray and Cody Law. Anyway, cattle donors, Landenberger Pastoral Company, Andrew Martina, Andy, and of course Felix. A big thank you to the team up there at Ben Lomond for the Lonia cattle.
I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I made the first Morrow-made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next 10 years overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full-time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright with the Walt Youngman method, and I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees. We go and hand pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom-made saddle for our customers that it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home, but if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get 1, thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle, and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in them in winning that saddle.
Southern New South Wales. Big thank you to those two guys over this wonderful 3-round epic camp draft incentive. Horses 5 years and under. Number 1, we welcome into the camp this time Mark McLaughlin with special play. 2 will be Lachlan Mack with Cinders. 3, Paul O'Turner with Rodlaw Reaction. 4 will be Adam Sadler with Belfield Chase. 5, Jackson Noon, Rebels Pippa. 6 will be Ben Thompson, Keeping My Composure. 7, Carl Green, Chard Family Connor. 8 will be Bo Colley with Young Rock Louise. 9, Brett Craft, Yanalak, I'm a Roan Jimmy. Number 10 will be Lachlan Byrne, Tara Vale Dunnett. If you're watching online, this could be the best camp draft you're about to witness here in Australia. This is our epic camp draft. Round number 2, Mark McLaughlin gets down into business in the cutout yard. He's made his selection on the wonderful Angus heifer. Out in the big paddock now, wonderful line of cattle from the Schaefer family up in the wonderful town of Gyra, the best town in Australia. Big thank you to Eastern Full Grazing Trading as their company up there. Mark McLaughlin, the beef livestock transport, peg down number 2, Maloney Livestock Transport. That particular peg looks all right from this direction as he makes his way in behind that Angus heifer. And I tell you, as he comes around for his gate, Mark McLaughlin. From judge number 1, we have 21, 59 and 3. Judge number 2, 21, 58 and 3. For an 82.5 point round. 82.5 round, 81 in the first round. A grand total of 163.5. Lachlan Mack in camp now with Cinders. Outside with Cinders this time. Judge number 1 at 21. Judge number 2, 20. A average of 20.5. 20.5. 20 in the first round is a 40.5 in round number 2. Number 3's out, so we'll just take a beast out, or if someone's already done that. Number 3, sorry. Disregard that. Number 3, we're watching Paulo Turner with Rodlaw Reaction. 4, Adam Sadler stand by with Belfield Chase. 5, Jackson Noon with Rebels Pip Up. Cutout score is 16 for Paulo Turner, and Rodlaw Reaction 16 points for cutout. Number 4's in camp now, Adam Sadler with Belfield Chase. 5, Jackson Noon, Rebels Piper. 6 will be Ben Thompson, Keeping My Composure. 7, Carl Green, Chard Family Connor. 8 will be Bo Coley with Yanalock Louise. 9, Brett Craft with Yanalock I'm Maroon Jimmy. 10 will be Lachlan Byrne, Tara Vale Donnet. Adam Sadler makes his selection in the second round of this epic camp draft. His entry, Belfield Chase. Stock Live is the online bidding platform. If you'd like to register to have a bid at our auction, and we highly recommend you do so. This is Adam Sadler outside. He makes his way around that Beef Trans Livestock Transport first peg. He's building on a 22 points in this second round. 17 it'll be. Around that Maloney Livestock Transport on the second peg. He's got an 87 in his eyesight from his first round, at 22 points in the cutout, and it's looking pretty good from here. This is Adam Sadler as he comes through. Score from New South Wales and Queensland judges are both on a 22, 63 and 4 for an 89. 87 in the first round, 89 in the second. A 2-round aggregate of 176. 176. From just down the road at Walker this time, a little town they call Yarrowitch. Wonderful supporter of this particular event too, being the epic camp draft and sale, Jackson Noon. We watch with Robbers Pipe Up. 6, Ben Thompson stand by. 7, Carl Green. Jackson Noon, the man we watch, he makes his selection on the Eastern Fall, grazing Angus Bullock. He makes his call out in the big paddock. He builds on his cutout score as well. Makes his way around for this beef trans livestock transport. Cutout score from New South Wales and Queensland judge, 221s. 89 in the first one. 110 points, 110. All stallion camp drafters, if you have got a stallion, you'll be the next event on the program. It'll be the stallion camp draft round number 2. So all stallion camp drafts, stallion competitors, I should say, you will be next on the program. All stallion camp drafters. Outside from our competitor from the western parts this time. He owes his way around that beef trans livestock transport peg. Ben Thompson, the jockey we're watching, keeping my composure. Ben Thompson, 1 and 2 peg down. He gets in behind his Angus steer. And through the Tullantalla gate for Ben Thompson. From judge number 1, 21, 63 and 4 for an 88. From judge number 2, 22, 62 and 4, also for an 88. Had an 80 in the first round and 88 in the second round, a 2-round aggregate of 168. From Walker this time, we welcome into the cutout yard number 7, Carl Green with Chard Family Connor. 8, Bo Collie, stand by. 9, Brett Craft. 10 will be Lachlan Byrne. 11, Chris Williamson. 12, Denny Farley. 13 will be Ben Maidham. 14, Bruce Birch. And 15 will be Edward Scott. Carl Green, he's gone in the female section, picked his little Angus heifer out. And the luck of camp drafting, the sport of camp drafting, 19 points there, Carl, from both judges. $85.5 in the first round and 19 in the second, a 2-round aggregate of 104.5. Ron Glennon this time, and the CEO of Tullantalla Feedlot, the livestock manager most days of the week. This is Bo Collie. Keeping an eye on Rick Swan, of course. With his entry, Yanrock Louise. This is Bo Collie, 86 points in the first round. And a 20 points for cutout from both judges. 86 in the first round, a 2-round aggregate of 106. Number 9's in camp now, Brett Craft with the Unrock, I'm Her Own Jimmy. Purchased out of the Epic Horse Sale, of course, and each and every one of these horses we're watching in this incentive camp draft have been. If it wasn't in 2023, it was certainly 2022. Tenterfield competitor in camp now. 9, we watch Brett Craft on his roan gelding up the front of the cutout yard on a wonderful anchor steer. Gets a couple of solid blocks on him, and outside we watch him riding for round money, of course. Cutout score of 21 on both sides of the judges' panel there. 21 in the first round and 21 in the second, a 2 an aggregate of 42. Number 10 in camp, Lachlan Byrne. Taraval done it. 11, Chris Williamson. Cape Hawk Illusion. 12, Denny Farley with Everly Roxette. 13 will be Ben Maiden with Isa Mayhem. 14, Bruce Bright, Stylish Spin and Pepto. 15 will be Edward Scott, Dialer Diamond. 16, John Hardy, Spin and Chase. No luck there for Lachlan Byrne, and Taraval done it. 20 points in the first round. Will Steve stand him there at 20 points. 11 will move on to camp, Chris Williamson. Cape Hawk Illusion. 12, Denny Farley stand by with Everly Roxette. Also, a big thank you to New England Toyota, of course, Peter Ince, the manager of that dealership here at Armidale, and a wonderful operation. If you're ever looking to purchase a new or used vehicle, we recommend New England Toyota here at Armidale. Also, they've got their 3 show vehicles on display for the Epic here for the whole event. If you're looking to purchase a 79 series and SR5 Hilux, be sure to come over and look at those brand new vehicles. Chris Williamson makes his selection in the cutout yard. Cutout score 16 and a 17, 16.5 from our 2 judges. 21 in the first round, 37.5. Twelves in camp now, Denny Farley with Everly Roxette. 13, Ben Maiden with Isa Mayhem stand by. 14 will be Bruce. 15, Edward Scott. 16, John Hardy. 17, Gary Brown. 18 will be Rachel Flanagan. 19, Ben Thompson. 20, Scott Kedsley. Outside, we're watching Denny Farley on the short on Angus Cross here. First peg complete. He makes his move around for that second peg. Denny Farley, the man we watch, he comes around to his Tullantalla gate and a 4-point course. 15, 60 and 4 for Denny Farley. 78.5 points from the two judges. 16 in the first round and 94.5. All eyes outside now. You're watching 13. Ben Maiden with Eyes of Mayhem. He's building his first round score of an 85. The Beef Trans and Maloney Livestock Beg 1 and 2 has been complete. He makes his way around for that gate. And thank you, Ben. Score there for Ben Maidem and Isa Mayhem. 84 points in the second round and 85 in the first round. A two-round aggregate of 169. Outside for the main man of the Epic Camp Draft, number 14, Bruce Birch. We're watching around that first peg with Stylish Spinning Pepto. The Maloney Livestock Transport peg is down, riding for round money in the second round of this Epic Camp Draft. A cutout score of 20. 20 points from both judges there. 20.5 in that first round. A two-round aggregate of 40.5. 40.5. Number 15's in camp. Just a reminder, if you're an encouragement rider, you will need to wear a helmet. You should know those rules. If you're an encouragement rider, you need to wear a helmet. Number 17, competitor 17 will be a fresh yard, backyard. 17 will be a fresh yard. And we're up to competitor 15. Number 15's in camp, Edward Scott with Dial Diamond. 16, John Hardy, stand by with Spin and Chase. 17, Gary Brown, you'll go into a fresh yard of cattle. Cutout score of 21 from both judges, 80.5 in the first round. .101.5 in those two aggregates. Number 16's in camp now, John Hardy with Spin and Chase. Sixteen's in camp now from Warren in Western New South Wales. These entries Spin and Chase. Purchased out of the 2023 Epic Sale. 17, Gary Brown, stand by. 18, Rachel Flanagan. Outside we watch number 16, John Hardy makes it pretty tight around that Beef Trans Livestock Transport, peg number 1. He makes his crossover, of course, as we can watch out there. Coming around his Maloney Livestock Transport, peg number 2. Wonderful sponsors. John Hardy, the men we watch on that Angus heifer from the Schaefer family. This is John Hardy for a 4-pointer. From judge number 1, 21, 61 and 4 for an 86. Judge number 2, 20, 63 and 4 for an 87 for an 86.5 round. For a 2-round aggregate of 174 for John Hardy, 174 points. Freshiyata Cattle for number 17, Gary Brown. Delaware Spice Girl, 18, Rachel Flanagan. Stand by with School Sweetie Pie. 19 will be Ben Thompson, Acres of Metal. 20, Scott Kedsley with Hell Yeah. Outside for number 17, Gary Brown, Delaware Spice Girl. 18 will move on to camp, Rachel Flanagan with Cool Sweetie Pie. Also, the winner of this epic camp draft this year will receive a Ben Morrow made custom saddle from up there at Tenterfield. Big thank you to the Morrow family for their lovely donation of that saddle. Gary Brown, the man we're watching. From judge number 1, 17, 58 and 4. From judge number 2, 18, 58 and 4. For 79.5. No score in the first round, so it stays at 79.5. Is in camp, local lady Rachel Flanagan with Cool Sweetie Pie. You'll see Rachel back here in the Stallions camp draft in round number 2. Outside for local lady this time, Rachel Flanagan on the black baldy steer. A 16 and a 17 from our two judges, 16.5. 18 in the first round, 32.5. Ben Thompson's in camp now at 19 with Acres of Metal. 20, Hell Yeah and Scott Kedsley stand by. 21 will be Ben Rossiter with Congressional. 22, Cal Gibson, More Magic. 23 will be April Langridge and Outlaw. 24, Sam Green up. Ben Thompson as he makes his selection in this epic camp draft, round number 2. He's got $20,000 in the top of his brain at the moment. Cadet complete, makes his way towards that first peg. Around that beef trends, purse peg complete, makes that wonderful flying change around the MLT, tightens it right up from here. And Angus Alpha waits for that change over. Ben Thompson we're watching from the second. He's got his work cut out for him. Just remember, this horse is earned to the age of 5 years. This is Ben Thompson for a 4-pointer. From judge number 1, 22, 58 and 4. From judge number 2, 20, 58 and 4. For 83 points. 88 in the first round. Is 171, a 2-run aggregate of 171. Number 20's in camp now from Hanani. We welcome into the cutout yard Scott Kedsley with Hell Yeah. 21 will be Ben Rossiter with Congressional. 22, Cal Gibson, More Magic. 23, April Langridge with Outlaw. No luck there for Scott Kedsley and Hellgear. 85 in the first round will leave him with 85 points for that 2-round aggregate. 21 is Ben Rossiter, Congressional. 22, Cal Gibson with More Magic, Stand By. 23, April Langridge with Outlaw. 24, Sam Greenup, Everly Smooth Criminal. 25, Peter Donnelly with Optimum Anthea. 26 will be Andrew Burns with Green Acres Penelope. 27, Campbell Martin, Deacons Liqueur. Outside, we're watching this time. Ben Rossett up. A 20.5 in the second round and also a 20.5 in that first round, a 2-round aggregate of 41 points. 22 moves into camp now. Cal Gibson with More Magic. 23, April Langridge, Stand By with Outlaw. Outside for Bundara competitor this time, we're watching More Magic with Cal Gibson aboard. He's stuck with him as well around that Beef Trans first peg. Peg number 1, he makes his way to his second peg. And that'll be time. Thank you, time for our 2 judges. From judge number 1, 18, 38 and 2. Judge number 2, 18, 55 and 2. For a 66.5 ride, 66.5. 88 in the first round is 154.5. 154.5. 23 in camp, April Langridge with the Outlaw. 24, stand by, Sam Greenup, Everly Smooth Criminal. 25 will be Peter Donnelly. 26, Andrew Burns. April Langridge outside from the cutout yard. Cutout score of 20 on both sides, 84.5 in the first round, a 2-run aggregate of 104.5. 24's in camp now, Sam Greenup with his entry, Everly Smooth Criminal. 25, Peter Donnelly, stand by. Also, just a reminder, if you have a stay in the second round of the stay in camp draft, outside number 24, we watch Sam Greenup, Everly Smooth Criminal, right on the tail from the cutout yard to that first beef trans, peg number 1 complete. Makes a quick flying change, of course, onto that second peg to make his way around the Maloney Livestock Transport. Peg number 2 from up in the Queensland Valley this time, Sam Greenup, the man we're watching. Peg number 1 and 2, he makes his way with that gate. Cutout score of 20 on both sides there. 85.5 in that first round, a 2-run aggregate of 105.5. Number 25's in camp now, Peter Donnelly with Optimum Anthea. 26, Andrew Burns, Greenacres Penelope, stand by. 27, Campbell Martin with Deacons Liqueur. 28 will be Philip McCormack, Bellevue Park Sparkle. 29, Lachlan Maxwell with Pepsi Ray. 30 will be Kieran Williamson. Outside, we watch Peter Donnelly makes a tiny changeover around that Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Very young horse in his camp drafting career, Optimum Anthea. Peter Donnelly's got one on the long chase too. He makes his way up to the shoulder to come around behind that gate. From judge number 1, 19.57 and 3 for a 79. From judge number 2, 20.59 and 3 for an 82. For an 80.5 round. 77 in the first round. 80.5 on the second. A 2-run aggregate of 157.5. Andrew Burns is in camp now with Greenacres Penelope. 27, stand by, Campbell Martin with Deacons Liqueur. 28 will be Philip McCormack with Bellevue Park Sparkle. Andrew Burns gets down to business in the cutout yard, taking control of his Angus heifer. Andrew Burns from the Dorrigo district makes his way around that beef trans livestock transport first peg. Andrew Burns, the man we're watching, riding for round money here and looking pretty tidy. The first and second peg complete. On his Angus heifer too, the Schaefer family up there at Gyra, Andrew Burns. And thank you, Andrew. From judge number 1, a 21, 63 and 4 for an 88. From judge number 2, exactly the same, 2 88s. To 21 in the first round and 88 in the final, a 2-round aggregate of 109. From Lawrence this time, we watch 27, Campbell Martin with Deacon's Liqueur. Purchase off the Berkeley family, of course, and Tyler up here taking control of all the computer system in the camp drafting section. 28, Philip McCormack, stand by. Some very, very tidy horsework there, everyone that's watching. A lot of ability for horses under the age of 5. Campbell Martin, the man we're watching, takes on in that first peg around the beef trans. Millennium Livestock Transport peg as he starts to wrap him up now for that gate. Campbell Martin, the man we watch on that Angostura course coming down around behind the gate. That will be time. Thank you, time. From judge number 1, 21, 55 and 3 for 79. Judge number 2, 21, 56 and 3 for an 80 for a 79.5. 86.5 in the first round, a 79.5. A 2-round aggregate of 166 for Campbell Martin with Deacon's Liqueur. All stallion camp drafters, round number 2. You're the next event on the program. If you have a stallion, we ask all those competitors with their stallions. You are next on the program. Number 28's in camp now, Philip McCormack, Bellevue Park Sparkle. Purchased out of the 2023 Epic off the McKinnon family, I reckon. Philip McCormack gets his beast clean up into the front of the cutout yard on his bay mare. This is Sparkle. Outside, we're watching Philip McCormack this time from up there at Gladdenus. Cutout score at 20 from both judges. 84 in the first round, a 20 in the second, a 2-round aggregate of 104. Number 29, Gin Camp, Lachlan Maxwell with Pepsi Ray. 30, stand by, Kieran Williamson with Carolot Conjob. 31 will be Mark Ray with Everly Hale. 32, Natalie Meredith with Deacon Tennessee. 33, Ben Thompson with Rodlaw Cocktail. 34 will be our final competitor in Epic, round number 2. Gary Brown with Rodlaw Star Trek. Outside, we're watching Lockie Maxwell competing in the second round of this epic camp draft. $20,000 this particular winner will take home tomorrow morning. Makes his way around that Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Lockie Maxwell. This is Pepsi Ray. That'll be time. Thank you, time. From judge number 1, 20, 55 and 3. From judge number 2, 21, 56 and 3. For an average of 79 points in the second round, 87.5 in the first round, a two-round aggregate of 166.5. Pepsi Ray and Lockie Maxwell. Number 30 moves into camp and selects his beast up the front of the cutout yard. This is Kieran Williamson, Carolot Conjob. 31, Mark Ray, stand by. You'll be in next. Outside for Kieran Williamson, Carolot Conjob. Peg 1's down, peg 2, Maloney Livestock Transport. Any closer he would have shaved it off. He makes his way around for the gate. This is Kieran Williamson. And thank you, Kieran. From judge number 1 at 21, 59 and 3. Judge number 2, 21, 58 and 3. For an average of 82.5. 81 in the first round, 82.5 in the second, a two-round aggregate of 163.5. For Kieran Williamson with Carolot Conjob. 31's in camp now, Mark Ray with Everly Hale. 32, Natalie Meredith with Deacon Tennessee, stand by. 33 will be Ben Thompson with Rodlaw Cocktail. 34, Gary Brown with Rodlaw Star Trek. Stallion Camp Drafters, you are the next on the program for your round number 2. All Stallions, round number 2, you'll be next. Outside for Mark Ray this time. Straight around that Beef Trans Livestock Transport first peg. Makes his way around the second, of course. That MLT peg, it gets tighter and tighter as he goes. Mark Ray, the man we watch on the Schaefer family. Angus Steer straight through the Tullantullah gate. Score for judge number 1, 18, 62 and 4. Judge number 2, same, 18, 62 and 4. For an 84 points for Mark Ray and Everly Hale. 21 in the first round, 84 in the second, a two-round aggregate of 105. Local lady in camp now at 32, Natalie Meredith with Deacon Tennessee. 33, Ben Thompson, stand by. He'll be in next with Cocktail. 34 will be Gary Brown, Star Trek. Outside for local lady this time, we watched 32 in the epic draw, Natalie Meredith with Deacon's Hennessy. The beef trans pegs down and complete MLT peg as we come round. The stock live bunting looked a bit better. 17 points for cutout for both judges. 17, 19 in the first round. 17 in the second. 36. .33's in camp, Ben Thompson with Cocktail. 34 will be our final competitor, Gary Brown, with his entry, Rodlaw Star Trek. Outside for Bingra competitor. We're watching Ben Thompson building on his first round score of an 82. The beef trans, first peg complete, straight up onto the shoulder of that second peg. The Maloney Livestock Transport, second peg. This could be Ben's 45th ride around the second peg this weekend, and we're only at day number 2. He's got it in his GPS. Peg 1, peg 2 down. Ben Thompson for the Tullantalla Gate. Thank you, Ben. From judge number 1, 1962 and 4 for an 85. From judge number 2, 1960 and 4 for an 84. 84 average, 83. 84 average. Mind the mathematician up here. First down the job. First round score of an 82. Second round score of an 84. A 2-round aggregate of 166 points. 34's in camp now. Gary Brown with Rodlaw Star Trek. Gary Brown makes his selection and outside towards that first peg. Building on his 18.5 in that cutout, the first peg down, moves on to second peg. On the Angus heifer, great to have the line of cattle of this Calabra from the Schaefer family up at Gyra. We do take the opportunity to thank them. Cutout score of 18.5 average from 2 judges. 18 in the first round, 18 in the second. 36.5 for Gary Brown and Rodlaw Star Trek. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude the epic round number 2. But don't go too far because we're about to see some of the best stallions compete here in round number 2 under the watchful eye of our judge, Mr. Rodney McKinnon. Thank you to our judges, of course, in round 2 of that epic. Matty Webber and also Curtis Cherry. So the winner of the 2024 Epic round number 2 goes to Adam Sadler with 89 points with his entry Belfield Chase. We'll just swap some cattle over and get things ready to roll for the second round of our feature stallion camp draft.
I started my apprenticeship in the mid-90s, finished my apprenticeship in 1999. I made the first Morrow made saddle in 2000. I then spent the next 10 years overseas doing other things. Moved back to Australia with my wife Jessie in 2010. We then started making saddles full time, and then in 5 or 6 years ago I was blessed to have the opportunity to go to New Zealand and be taught to make trees by Warren Wright with the Walt Youngman method, and I think that's really helped our saddles. We now have 100% control over the trees and the saddles. We go and pick our own timber for our trees. We go and hand pick our own leather, which gives us the ability to make a custom made saddle for our customers that it's not a one size fits all. We're going to have a saddle to present on the day, and if it suits the winner, well, it's theirs to take home, but if it doesn't, we'll send it on down the road and we'll build them a saddle that suits them. They can pick whatever sort of saddle they want and we'll build it to fit them. You see a lot of trophy saddles get one thrown in the back of the truck, and I don't think the person that made the saddle, the person that paid for the saddle and the person that won the saddle, I don't think there's much value in them in winning that saddle.
Here this afternoon, after we get those cattle back across the arena, we'll be moving on with round 2 of the Stallion Camp Draft. Those competitors that we will require for that draft will be as follows. Number 1, Rodney McKidden with Rodlaw Consignment. 2, Ben Newbury with Coolum Quartz. 3, Campbell Martin and Minor Aiken 2. 4, Hugh Miles and Time's Up. 5, Zach Croker with Counterfeit. 6 will be Rachel Flanagan and Brown Highwayman. 7, Stephen Blackadder with Little Eagle. 8, Andrew Burns with EV Costa. 9, Darcy Argue and Sweet Con. 10 will be Hugh Miles with Just Jack. 11, Tom Morgan with Copper Acres. 12 will be Dylan McKinnon and Rodlaw Content. 13, Bevan Wood with Cheeky. 14, John Hardy and Lena's Conman. 15 will be Bernie McMorr with Kirkby Stud Elvis. And our final competitor here in the Stallion Draft this afternoon will be Hugh Miles with Wallinga Park Smooth Talker. They will be our 16 competitors here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in round 2 of the Stallion Camp Draft. At the front of the camp, of course, a big thank you to Mr. Curtis Cherry and Cody Law for presiding over this second round of the Stallion Camp Draft here this afternoon. In camp, competitor number 1, we should have competitor number 1, Rodney McKinnon with Rod Law Consignment. He'll be followed by 2, Ben Newbury with Coolum Quartz. 3 will be Campbell Martin and Minor Aiken 2. 4, Hugh Miles with Times Up. 5 will be Zach Croker with Counterfeit. And 6, Rachel Flanagan with Brown Highwayman. They'll be our first half a dozen competitors here this afternoon in round 2 of the Stallion Camp Draft. Very big thank you must go to our cattle donors here this afternoon for their kind donation of the cattle to run this second round of the Stallion Camp Draft. Big thank you to Rodney and Jane Neal and family from Tenterden Station. Contributed a big number of cattle here this weekend, so we thank you very much for your kind gesture. Outside now, we're watching our first competitor here this afternoon, Rodney McKinnon and Rod Law Consignment, as they complete the first peg there, the Beef Trans first peg here this weekend, and make their way back around towards the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Looking pretty good from up here as they make their way back around to the gate to add to their first round score of 83 points from yesterday. And well done. Put some points on the board there early on. So a score to hand there for Rodney McKinnon and Rod Law Consignment was 16.5 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a score of 80.5 points. Added with his 83 from yesterday, gives him an aggregate of 163.5. Out on course now, we're watching competitor number 2, Ben Newbury and Coolum Quartz, looking to add to their first round score from yesterday of 78 points. Could we please have Campbell Martin in the camp to be ready to go on next? Thank you. Looking pretty good here, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for competitor number 2, Ben Newbury and Coolum Quartz. We'll have another 4-round score to hand shortly. Score there for Ben Newbury and Coolum Quartz was 21.5 for cutout, 62.5 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a second round total of 88 and an aggregate score of 166. We're out on course now with our third competitor this afternoon, Campbell Martin and Minor Aiken 2, as they look to make their way around the Beef Trans first peg here this afternoon. These stallions really putting on a show for us here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, well done. Just through the top of the gate there. Well done to Campbell Martin. 3 from 3 here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is good camp drafting. A big thank you to the Neil family from Tennyson Station for an outstanding line of cattle. So a score there for Campbell Martin and Minor Aiken 2. 21 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a second round score of 85 points with his 21.5 from yesterday, an aggregate of 106.5. In the camp now we have competitor number 4, Hugh Miles with Time's Up. He'll be followed by 5, Zach Croker with Counterfeit. 6, Rachel Flanagan with Brown Highwayman. 7 will be Stephen Blackadder with Blackadder Little Eagle. 8, Andrew Burns with EV Costa. 9, Darcy Argue and Sweet Con. And 10 will be Hugh Miles with Just Jack. Up to the front of the camp now, we get down and get to work here with competitor number 4, Hugh Miles, and Time's Up. They head out on course to add to their score of 22.5 points from yesterday. Really tightens things up around that beef trans first peg. Have a look on here, ladies and gentlemen, looking pretty good as they get out in the middle of the course there to make the changeover and make their way back around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. I tell you, it's looking pretty good from up here. Makes the clean change back around towards the Tullantalla gate. Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. What a round there. 4 from 4 scores here this afternoon. Score there for Hugh Miles and Time's Up was 23 points for cutout, 65 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total second round score of 92 points, combined with his first round score of 22.5, gives him a total of 114.5. 114.5 there for Hugh Miles. Out on course now is Zach Croker and Counterfeit, looking to add to their first round score of 20.5. Getting right up on the shoulder as we come around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. It's looking pretty good here again, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way around to the gate. Well done. Another full round score here this afternoon in round 2 of the Stallion Draft. Score there for Zach Croker and Counterfeit was 21.5 points for cutout, 63.5 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total second round score of 89 points and an aggregate of 109.5. Now we're out on course here with competitor number 6, Rachel Flanagan and Brown Highwayman. Things are looking pretty good again, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg here this afternoon. Looking to make it 4 from 4 course points. Have a look at that. Well done. Score there for Rachel Flanagan and Brown Highwayman was 21 points for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives her a total second round score of 88. Combined with a first round score of 21 is an aggregate of 109. Now we're in the camp this time with competitor number 7, Stephen Blackadder and Blackadder Little Eagle. They look to add to their first round score of 81.5 points from yesterday. Following on from Stephen will require competitor number 8, Andrew Burns with EV Costa. 9 will be Darcy Argue and Sweet Con. 10, Hugh Miles with Just Jack. 11, Tom Morgan and Copper Acres. 12 will be Dylan McKinnon with Rodlaw Content. Making their way around the Beef Trans first peg here this afternoon, we watch Stephen Blackadder and Little Eagle. They come into the second round this afternoon with a first round score of 81.5. And unfortunately, they just go out with a camp score of 20 points here this afternoon to make their aggregate 101.5. In the camp now, our next competitor will be competitor number 8, Andrew Burns with EV Costa. They come into the second round of the Stallion Draft here this afternoon with a first round score of 87.5 points. A reminder to everyone that our pre-works for sale horses will be commencing across the road at the Exhibition Centre at 3 p.m. this afternoon. So at the completion of this draft, we'll head across the road for pre-works of all sale horses. Make sure you get over there and mark the ones in your catalogue that you could potentially be bringing back here to compete in these wonderful incentive camp drafts. Got an outstanding catalogue of horses this year and encourage you all to get over there and have a look at them in the pre-works. But we're out on course now with competitor number 8, Andrew Burns and EV Costa. Got the first two covered, no worries as they make their way back around towards the gate. Well done, another 4-point run. Have a full second round score for you shortly, Andrew. So just recapping the score there for competitor number 8, Andrew Burns and EV Costa. 21 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 85 second round points, combined with his 87.5 from the first round, an aggregate of 172.5. Competitor 9, Darcy Argue, goes out with a camp score of 16.5 points as we now turn our attention to number 10, Hugh Miles with Just Jack. He'll be followed by 11, Tom Morgan with Copper Acres, 12, Dylan McKinnon with Rodlaw Content, 13, Bevan Wood and Cheeky, 14 will be John Hardy with Lena's Conman, 15, Bernie McMorr and Kirkby Stud Elvis. And our final competitor will be Hugh Miles with Willinga Park Smooth Talker. In the camp now with Hugh Miles and Just Jack looking to add to their first round score of 88.5 points from yesterday. We make our way around the Beef Trans first peg here this afternoon with Hugh Miles and Just Jack. Taking the long way around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg, but nevertheless they make the change to head back around towards the gate to complete the run. And well done. Another 4-round score to come to hand there shortly. Score there for Hugh Miles and Just Jack, 21.5 points for cutouts, 59.5 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total second round score of 85 and an aggregate score of 173.5. In the camp now with number 11, Tom Morgan and Urana Copper Acres. He'll be followed by 12, Bill McKinnon. Please stand by with Rod Law Content. Tom heads out on course looking to add to his first round score of 83.5 points from yesterday. Well done. Put your hands together there for Tom Morgan and Urana Copper Acres. Score to hand there for Tom Morgan and Copper Acres was 22.5 for cutout, 62.5 for horsework, 4 for the course. Gives him a total second round score of 89 and an aggregate of 172.5. In the camp now at number 12, Dylan McKinnon and Rod Law Content. They look to add to their camp score of 22 points from the first round yesterday. Following Dylan, we will require 13, Bevan Wood with Cheeky, 14, John Hardy and Lena's Conman, 15, Bernie McMorr and Kirkby's Stud Elvis, and 16 will be Hugh Miles with Willinga Park Smooth Talker. And Dylan goes out with a camp score there of 16 points. 16 points for Dylan McKinnon. Moving on down the page now to competitor 13. Bevan Wood will be our next with Cheeky. Please stand on 14. John Hardy and Lena's Conman. Bevan and Cheeky come into the second round of the Stallion Camp Draft here this afternoon with a first round score of 21.5 points from yesterday. Looking to get outside where the big points are. Looking pretty good here, ladies and gentlemen, with competitor 13, Bevan Wood and Cheeky, as they make their way back around through the Tulla Beef Gate. Well done. Another 4-round score here this afternoon. Score there for Bevan Wood and Cheeky with 16 points for cutout, 62.5 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total second round score of 82.5, bringing his aggregate total up to 104. Now in the camp this time, ladies and gentlemen, we have 14, John Harney at Leaders Conman. Of course, they were our first round highest place scorers yesterday. They come into this with a 92. We're out on course now with John Hardy and Lena's Conman. Putting the pace on around the second peg as they make the change to come back around towards the gate. Well done. Another 4-round score there to add to their first round of 92 points from yesterday to come to hand shortly. In the camp now, 15, Bernie McMorr with Kirkby stud Elvis. He'll be followed by Hugh Miles with Willinga Park Smooth Talker. Score there for John Hardy and Leon's Conman was 16.5 for cutout, 60.5 for horsework. 4 for the course gives him a total second round score of 81. Combined with his 92 from the first round is an aggregate of 173. Currently puts them up into second place here in this Stallion Camp Draft. We're out on course now with competitor 15, Bernie McMorr and Kirkby stud Elvis. They come into the second round with a first round score of 89.5 points. And that's time. Score there for Bernie McMorr and Kirkby stud Elvis, 21 points for cutout, 53 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 77 points in the second round and brings his aggregate up to 166.5. Our final competitor in the camp here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Hugh Miles with Willinga Park Smooth Talker, looking to add to their first round score of 82 points. Reminder to everyone that at the completion of this draft at 3 o'clock we will be heading across the road to the exhibition centre for the pre-works of our sale horses this weekend. And that's time. And a score there for our final competitor this afternoon, Hugh Miles with Willinga Park Smooth Talker. 22 points for cutout, 53.5 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total second round score of 78.5 points, bringing his aggregate total up to 160.5. So we currently sit, ladies and gentlemen, heading into the at the completion of the second round of the Stallion Camp Draft. On top we have Hugh Miles with Just Jack on an aggregate score of 173.5. In second place, John Hardy with Lena's Conman with a 173. And equal third, we have Andrew Burns and E.V. Costa, Tom Morgan and Copper Acres, both on 172.5.